that I love you. She called him by the phone and asked if she could come. His greatest day was here as he heard her down the stairs. They opened up for her and she hugged him like a friend. Hello, darling, how's your day? Are you sure that you're okay? His greatest day. He held her close to him. Soon this would be history. Now I know you were sent from above. This is your song. He finished up that beat. Suddenly he felt a kiss. She had sneaked up from behind and held him tight and warm. She sat down next to him and she stroked him with her hand. She smiled, she laughed, and she said to him, "You know I always understand." His greatest day. He held her close to him. Soon this would be history. 'Cause now I know you were sent from above. This is your song. This is your song. It started off so nice and well. His family taught him well. School went great, university sent. Dr. Ray, time shut the world finally. Dr. Ray, only you can be your baby. A TV star, an attention bar, had always been his dream. He never stopped and suddenly look who seemed to be Dr. Ray. I shut the world my way. Steady as Dr. Ray. Only you can be. Dr. Ray will finally succeed. The mysterious Dr. Ray will finally succeed. Yeah. Vet du, gi meg gråtsinne 5 år siden uten sild.
Welcome to Acid Theater. Welcome to Acid Theater. Welcome to Acid Theater. Welcome to Acid Theater.
Just watch me while I drink my beer. I guess there's something you should learn. I love to party all night long. I see the girls are very nice. I am the captain, they're the mice. Here we go and put this party on. Come on, the jerk is in. The truck has arrived. What's your name and tell me where you're from? I am from already not low. I picked on you and you were mad. Where I'm from they would be glad. And if you try to get on my head, Mr. Bear will knock your head. I'm sorry, maybe we should dance. Come on, the jerk is here. The jerk has arrived. The jerk has arrived. Cheers! The jerk has arrived. The jerk has arrived.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Got their brown ships on the sea, restored with sword and spear. Then they gathered around the globe, and they scattered from door to door. Their white geese said, went out to rape and fight, didn't care if it was day or night, suffering other stars above. They killed, they liked it slow. It says wrong, you should know, you should know, you should know. It says wrong, that we can ourselves to believe. It says wrong, you should know, you should know, you should know. It says wrong, you should know. Waking home on a summery day, all the anger was left away. This was all they needed to do. All the mushrooms need a mile go through. This is why you should know, you should know, you should know. Yes, that's right. That we have ourselves to believe. This is what you should know, you should know, you should know. This is what you should know. That we have ourselves to believe. It was our God. What a beautiful girl you are. In my dreams we rocked as stars. The first time in your room, saw a little smile and hope. Some time has gone by now, and I prepare the moment of truth. Oh, it feels like home. Every nerve is at and heavy. I got a secret you have to know. 'Cause I can't hide it anymore. That I love you. I love you. That I love you. I love you. Doubt will always be there in this nervous atmosphere. It's too late to let it go. Inside there is a storm. 'Cause I can't hide it anymore. That I love you. That I love you. That I love you. That I love you. She called him by the phone and asked if she could come. His greatest day was here as he heard her down the stairs. Then he opened up for her and she hugged him like a friend. Hello, darling, how's your day? Are you sure that you're okay? His greatest day. He held her close to him. Soon this would be history. Now I know you were sent from above. This is your song. He finished up that image. Suddenly he felt a kiss. She had sneaked up from behind and held him tight and warm. She sat down next to him and she stroked him with her hand. She smiled, she laughed, and she said to him, "You know I always understand." His greatest day. He held her close to him. Soon this would be history. 'Cause now I know you were sent from above. This is your song. This is your song. It started out so nice and well. His family taught him well. School went great, university sent. Doctor and time shut the world pilot. Doctor only you know what you can. Yo, baby. A TV star and attention bar had always been his dream. He never stopped and suddenly look who seemed to be I shall the world highway. Mysterious. Poetry, warrior. Only snow you can see. 2005, man. Chuck the world in 2005, man. Dr. Rayleigh will finally succeed. The mysterious Dr. Rayleigh will finally succeed. 2005, babe. 2005, babe. Chuck up the world. Du gir meg gråtinner 5 år siden uten sild. Christmas festivals on me and fade away. On me and fade away. Expect Lord oh yeah, Christmas, Christmas. On me and fade away. Because I expect love. Because I don't know. Expect love to be mine. Pubblico saperò secondo normal. Pubblico saperò secondo normal. Christmas, Christmas, you fade away, you fade away. Expect love, love to be mine. Yeah, Christmas, Christmas, you fade away. Because expect love. Because I don't know expect love to be mine. Publikum saber o secondo normal. Publikum saber o secondo normal. Little child, goes from sorrow walks to die. Little child, goes from sorrow walks to die. So illusion, snare, impression, battles with fear. So illusion, snare, impression, battles with fear. Let the child was when sorrow was alive. Little child was when sorrow was alive. Even though we try this misery. In episode 5. Now my heart won't take it, and my spirit flies above. There I see the light in the tunnel, so bright I have heard of it before. I thought this must be my way to heaven, and it fills my heart with joy. In the end, there's still a man with a tail and a big pair of horns. Welcome to hell. And I wonder what is this? Was it something I had missed? Yes, I knew that I wasn't safe, but was it true that I was here? Now I know that I'm in your hand. Now you can show me the water Chamberlain. The devil sat down next to me, and he stroked me with his hand. He smiled, he laughed, and he said to me, I'm your master till the end of time. Welcome to hell. And I wonder what is this? Was it something I had missed? Yes, I knew that I wasn't safe.
This is a difficult
But
moment
was it
for
true what the
there are so
Bible
many
said?
threats that face child trafficking, exploitation,
Now I know that
technology.
I'm in your hands. Now you can show me your torture Chamberlain. And I do this hand. Help me, the devil's insane. Why can't I die to be spared from this pain? her day. Likes to saw the things you have seen. Your mind needs transforming. There's a new life developing. That new life what you'll be. So be careful to mean what you need. Life is developing. In your childhood you'll never be seen. We are the youth, we're speaking the truth, and we're having fun. We are the seed, we create what we need, and we're getting done. It's time again. I can't believe the silence here after all the laughs and thoughts we share. When you turn to her day, nice is all the things you have seen. Your life is developing. In your childhood will never be seen. We are the youth, we're speaking the truth, and we're having fun. The fun. We are the street, we break on the way, and we're having fun. I can't believe the silence here after all the laughs and thoughts we shared.
Ja, da ønsker jeg de 5 som ser på, eller det ser jeg sikkert ikke på en gang, eller det at det 5 buter her nå, men det ikke så, altså jeg regner ikke med and to the English audience, so I haven't really decided, because to speak in English in this live event, it might be, I mean, if I try to speak as good English as I can, because in comparison to the 45 show, I only have 45 minutes, so I get a bit stressed. But this is a marathon. I'm gonna sit here for like 10 hours or so. So I feel I could relax a bit and maybe focus on my English, and I have time to say things 2 and 3 times. So I actually, when I tried it, I think I'd stick to English. But in the usual episodes in the podcast, I will probably stick to Norwegian and then dub it to English. That was the best solution. And it's a bit hot, and there's something, the delay on X is crazy. It's like 2 minutes. The delay on X is like crazy. It's like 2 minutes after. I mean, can you call it live? But I'm not sure on Rumble. I suspect that on Rumble it's pretty... In the beginning it was like 10 seconds. But maybe when I start playing music, there are some... when they pick up music, it could be... You could breaking some laws. But it was my own music, so I own the rights to the music, so I was allowed to play the music. But because I was actually planning to play some popular music, but you can't, because then they can shut down your live stream. And I suspect maybe that was the problem, that when I started playing music, that they create a delay. So just to check because if you break anyone's rights, I guess they do according to the law. For example, X. So X can be, or the platform that are broadcasting this live show could be responsible for mistakes I'm doing. So I'm not sure, but it's like 2 minutes delay on X, and that can't be normal. But on Rumble, so I guess I would recommend to, if you want, but there is a 2 minute delay. But I mean, if the rocket explodes and I come like 2 minutes after, it explodes, and then you have already like switch on to the next channel or something, No, I mean, if it explodes, as I talked about earlier, that it's very. I mean, this is very dramatic, and I'm not gonna joke about it, but I can't sit and be like stone cold serious all the time. It doesn't work. I can't sit there for 10 hours and be like a robot. Okay, I'm a gypsy. I'm a gypsy. I'm not a gypsy, but maybe maybe I'm a gypsy. I don't know, man. Yeah, and when it comes to my outfit, the plan is actually to when NASA really goes on live and the rocket starts to, like, the crew is inside of Orion in the rocket. They're starting to fill up the hydrogen. Well, now, actually, they have already. I think they do that now. I'm not sure, but they should tank. They should fill with liquid hydrogen and stuff. But I mean, then I plan to maybe do it because, as I said in the first test runs, that I mean, this is a very, very. If you don't know, now you know. You should know this, and if you're not familiar with biology and stuff, I would really make you think that how this is the first time humanity. This time we're not going back. You see, earlier when we went to the moon or went out, we were always said, okay, we're just going to go to the moon and maybe pick up some rocks and come back, and we went to the moon. But this launch, Artemis 1 did the trip without the crew. But this Artemis 2, I mean, this time it's with the crew. We are going the farthest away, hopefully, the farthest away we have been from Earth in space, in the universe. But the purpose with this program is never to stop. Basically, I mean, Elon Musk, he just says it flat out. Our goal is to go to other galaxies. So this is the beginning. First to the moon, conquer the moon, and then they're going to Mars by using the moon as a stepstone, so to speak. But with Head Biotech, it's Head Biotech. Our goal is to go straight to the honey, so to speak, going to behind the event horizon in black holes, straight to the honey, to the paradise state. So but without using rockets. But I mean, all respect to. I mean, I have nothing on these guys. Okay. Elon Musk and stuff, I have nothing on these guys. But I'm a biologist, so I come from another perspective. because I think what my talent is, where I lack my knowledge in physics and this rocket science, it is to get a grip of what nature is. Because when you read, and all these books here, these are books that I have actually read, and I think I have top grades in these. These are my favorite books from university for my degrees. So here is my degree from Stockholm University in Master in Bioinformatics, and behind me is my master's degree in molecular medicine. And so I explained this before, why I started to hang up my diplomas in the studio in episode 3 or 4, because it's important for a guy like me with this theory, this so-called crazy theory. It's very. I really need to document all the time that I am not a crazy person, because in the online debates, that's what they heading every time. Maybe you should go to a specialist, or maybe there are some, you are not well, like hinting that this is mental disease. So it's very important to me that I always document that I am a scientist, according to myself, because I know this theory, they don't. But I understand that when they hear about my theory and see my theory just using maybe 30, 40 seconds on it, they will naturally go in that direction. Okay, just another mental case or something like that. So yeah, but where I lack in physics, for example, well, I actually have a physics course and stuff, but for example, compare me to Elon Musk then, because he's the most well known today. It's just that he is very smart. I really like his style, his way of thinking. I mean, I will always support Elon Musk no matter what happens. And as a professional, I really think he has a good brain, both in the physics part, but also in the philosophical parts. The way he taught me a lot and inspired me to think. But the one thing I have on Elon Musk perhaps is the amount of time a biologist spends on reading about the body, the plants, nature. So I guess this thing called deep learning, that your brain, if you spend a lot of time, not 100 hours, but let's say Elon Musk has spent 100 hours on reading biology. But for example, a biologist, who is a biologist, has maybe spent like 15,000 hours reading, or 20,000 hours reading only about nature and how things works in nature, like the living creatures inside of nature. Where Elon Musk and them, they start reading about the machines, which are not part of nature, you can say. But still, so that it could give me the edge to understand nature more deeply. But I'm very impressed by Elon Musk, just to use Elon Musk now but I hear a lot of, when I hear interviews about these so-called big shots, usually in the IT sector, when they talk about these things, I'm very impressed and they inspire me. But I think I might have the ability to even that's the only thing I can touch them is in biology, or the understanding of what nature might be. And when it comes to the machine parts, that a rocket has nothing to do with nature. An AI machine, then we start to, okay, now we are talking, because you are mimicking neural networks from nature. Now we are talking. But a rocket with fuel is just going to transport you from A to B. Has really nothing to do with nature. It isn't the goal to nature to produce a rocket. So that's where the Paradise machine model comes into play. So I'm not sure how this microphone. So this is still a test. So but I can't sit like this for 10 hours. That's for sure. So I need to find a solution here. Yeah, but my point was that with Head Biotech, I don't need rockets. Okay. But I'm very satisfied and proud of my company. It's a one-person company. I have never received a phone call or a dime or a dollar or an email. And I understand that, and it's perfectly fine. I don't blame no one. But now I'm just saying it's time to maybe pay me some attention now after maybe 20 years working on this theory. And as I said also earlier tonight, that there are many of types like me that work on theories and just you never hear about them. But once in a while, such a person would hit the jackpot. And I think that might be the case in my case. That I might have hit the jackpot. And I would be the first one who really understands it and think, oh, I might hit the jackpot. But then it will take a lot of time before other scientists bother about thinking, I think he hit the jackpot. So, but it was after 3i Atlas, and now with the NASA curse, that's when I really start. Well, as I said earlier, I mean like 30%. If it was a matter of choosing between two doors, and you would die if you picked the wrong door between these two doors. And the question was, is the approach theory true? Are there really a Fermi life form heading towards Earth as we speak? And is the Paradise machine model true? Then I would actually put 30% on going into that door that said yes. So that's how convinced I am that I would actually, even if it was on life and death, I would actually, maybe 35%, I would consider going into the door that would save you if it was correct. So just to illustrate them, how I feel about it. And then it piles up. So, and if something happens to the Artemis II rocket, of course, then it will be the 6th incident since December 6th. Yeah, and so I'll always say that I can't go through the whole NASA curse theory. So that's why the pilot episode is there. I mean, for now, it works. I've seen through it. And if you're interested in this, if you see the pilot episode, it's in dubbed version, English dub, and in Norwegian with text translation. Then you are pretty well covered. I mean, then you have broadly a good picture of why the NASA curse, why I started this podcast. because now I really want to document what's going on with NASA. And after I started, I found out more and more. I mean, just the thing with the Jack Parsons thing, and then this tragic murder with this NASA-associated scientist, February 16th. And then the disappearance of the missing general, but that's still an unsolved case. But I did an episode on Carl, that tragic murder, and also that NASA. Yeah. Anyway, but if this continues, then it will. I mean, if that rocket explodes, it will be the 6th incident. And also other podcasters like Timcast, Tim Pooh, he also brought up this same, but he doesn't connect it back to Maven. But I connected all the way from 3i Atlas, from NASA withholding images of 3i Atlas, because then I already had launched the approach theory from 2024, and the design of the Paradise Machine, well, seeing nature as a paradise machine. When NASA did that, withheld, because the theory states that the Fermi life forms which are on their way toward Earth uses now interstellar objects to communicate or try to give us hints about what's going on. So, and they are not heading toward Earth because they are coming here on vacation. They are coming here not even to try to survive. It's about this very scary concept about hell and paradise. So they according to the theory, they are coming toward Earth because they're going to protect their paradise state. But the game is over. It's not like, oh, maybe. No, that's a zero risk argument. They can't lose. And that's how the machine is designed. But so when NASA started withheld information which they try to use to communicate, that is a critical. As I said, it's like if your house is on fire and you call the fire department and they put you on hold, you're going to be mad, right? So that's the reasoning behind the NASA question. Okay, so, and sometimes the live stream stopped here, but now I'm going to spend some time to be familiar with the technical sides here. But it seems okay. I must actually say thank you to Rumble. I'm not sure if YouTube owns Rumble or what it is, but I think I must say, Rumble, you are good. That this was, you made it easy. Okay, then I take a break. I get myself a cup of coffee and just going to check if the stream is still is okay and stuff. Okay. Yes, and a shout out to Chris Brady. Chris, I just want to say thank you to Chris Brady. Now he liked this, as he has liked this, so it means that it comes across over to the United States, and that's Chris. These small things you are doing, it helps a lot, because now I'm a bit more sure that I'm not like sitting in a bubble, so to speak. So that because if I know the data streams, data is going are picked up in the United States, then I know there are hope, so to speak. Okay. So Chris, thank you. Ja, ska vi se. Ja. Ja. Så is. Ja, där. Okay, I think I found a solution to this microphone issue here. So yeah, so I can sit there, so I can relax. And it's going to be a lot of talking, and I will probably say the same things over and over again. So if you leave the stream, and if you come back, I will probably touch upon the same topics over and over again. So at least until before the launch itself. So you're probably not going to miss much. I mean, if you watch 1 hour, you will probably pick up like 70% of what I say in the next. It's like the next 9 hours. Also, I'm gonna have a break, okay? But in 9 hours, that's when NASA starts the show, and then I'm sort of going to get quiet and start. The plan was to maybe translate to Norwegian what NASA says. Okay, I just show the pictures from the NASA stream, and then I will translate the English thing to the Norwegian audience. So I haven't really decided what to do, but at least in the intro part I will speak English. But I think when the actual, because now I have already announced that it will be in Norwegian and stuff. So I mean, I just try to keep that promise, but for the launch. But until then, I will probably stick to English. Nei, altså. Ja. Yes. So I just try out different solutions here, but so in the normal podcast, in the normal episodes, I don't have to go be mobile. So and I just have to do this once, but now I have to do it. So it's a bit, it's not very smooth. Yeah, but then I have the planet Earth here, and I really like that. I want to have that in the picture. It's for many reasons. Sometimes it's very nice to have to illustrate, and just a reminder of us. Actually, I mean, it really boils down to this planet here. It just, I mean, the rest of the universe doesn't care. You know, they're just seeing a ball with some stuff on it or some life forms on it. So yeah, this way of thinking about ourselves sometimes, as I've spoken about in the usually in the beginning of the episodes before the special topics, the way of thinking, our approach to who we are and what we are. Because after the dust has settled, no one cares. Really, no one cares. At least not if we can have this breakthrough and go to this eternal paradise state. I mean, then we really need. So that's why I'm trying. Enough is enough. So now I'm going online, so to speak, like in a podcast, and I need to document this, and I want others to pay attention to this. I mean, no, don't buy it yet. I mean, just don't buy it yet. It could still be a false thing. But now I feel the time. Now it's now or never. Because if this NASA curse continues now, because I have predicted that the next interstellar object, based on the theory, I made a prediction in advance, that also to get attention from the community, because if I can document that I have predicted something in advance, that's very interesting statistical wise, the p-value or the estimation value, and all this the statistics becomes a tool. So that's why because if you come afterwards and say, I said that, I thought that, no one really cares. But if you document that, I wrote a paper on this, I said it will come from that direction, it will behave this a certain way, and it will come inside of this time window. And if it does, but that's the time window for the next interstellar object from used by the Fermi life forms, as I know them, if the theory is correct, as I know them from back from 2005, how they periodically seem to send signals. It will happen in the time window. Well, I will say 2000. If I have to pick a month, I would say 2030 in December, for example. But I can't be that specific. But in the time window between 2029 and 2032, that's the time window. And it should approach, the interstellar object should approach us from a black hole. And most interestingly, from Sagittarius, as 3i Atlas did. I mean, it was a 9-degree, but I explained this in the mini article number 2. Okay, so I can't use an hour on these arguments, but so yeah, and it will show stronger anomalies than 3i Atlas did. And if that really happens, then I mean, then it's time to wake up. Okay, but so I thought when Triae Atlas left our solar system, I started to, okay, now I have to wait to 2029 before it becomes interesting. And it can come other interstellar objects before that, but they will not show anomalies. That's the thing. And it will also strengthen the total signal strength that if it comes interstellar object before 2029, which doesn't behave strange, that is actually a part of the theory. It will strengthen the pattern. But I mean, if it should come an interstellar object in, let's say, in 2027 and behave strangely, that wouldn't be good for me, okay, for my theory. So, but if it comes an interstellar object next year, for example, which is just like 2I, Borisov, the second interstellar object, because it was nothing with that. And even Avi Loeb and them agrees there was nothing about that Borisov. But Oumuamua was crazy. If the more I looked at Oumuamua and Triae Atlas, but those two fell inside that pattern of it is that they send signals in every 5 years or so, approximately. It seems, if I look back, I tried to make a time window. It's like if every 5 years they become active, and then they move closer, and then they send another signal. But each signal becomes stronger for every 5 years. So the idea here is that the reason the signal getting stronger is because they come closer, and because they are going, they must come here to stop or take control over and hinder evil traits from gaining power in the universe and spread also in the universe. So that's of course why it's very interesting in relation to Fermi's paradox. Let's say this NASA curse continues, and this must be something what's going on. All our rockets explodes and all our satellites crashes or whatever. Then it's because they can't. Not that all of us are evil or anything, but they just need to. That would be the answer also to the Fermi paradox. That's the reason why we haven't seen them, because they experienced the same curse after they triggered the zero risk detection mechanism. So that's why it's so interesting with Artemis II also, that if it should explode, and I must repeat, I don't hope it will explode, and the crew, in particular the crew, should be on the good side according to the Fermi life forms. The Fermi life forms should have no problems with the crew to go into that rocket and travel that far distance on the dark side of the moon in that rocket. I mean, you can't enjoy zero risk strategies because they are not built for it, so to speak. I can't imagine. So that's why I don't think, according to the theory, it won't actually explode the rocket, because then there are 4 innocent people killed, also according to the theory. So, and that's why it was so disturbing that suddenly, all of a sudden, these people start dying, So, because it's nothing against, like, let's say his name, okay? But I really don't want to. I mean, I try to think, how can I talk about this and still without dragging him into the mud, his name. But I say Carl, okay, and this NASA associated scientist, because he was killed, but he was killed by this Snyder, this guy called Snyder, which I discussed in episode 3. But in episode 3, I really, when I did research, I found it very likely that, Carl was probably could be involved in NASA, when they withheld data during the shutdown, maybe they had a little secret investigation because they really wanted to know what that tree atlas was, because there were a lot of speculation then. And even I was on the web, I was on Reddit, and hey, this interstellar object behaved like I predicted this in my 2024 article. You can clearly show that it tries to reduce the risk as much as they can. So this is in accordance to the approach theory. And then you had Avi Loeb and his group. Thank God, because it made it so much easier for me to have a partner out there which had some substance. I mean, if you're a professor at Harvard, just that will shut pretty much most people up, because they wasn't allowed to go to Harvard, So how can you? I mean, most people. I mean, so. So yeah, Carl. Yeah, so if he was directly involved in that secret investigation, because it wasn't only me, many people. I mean, Avi Loeb and them wrote articles and suggest this could be an alien probe of some sort, and even a hostile one, because they also picked up on this very special trajectory where it perfectly, where the comet. But I always thought it was a comet, because my point is they use interstellar objects just to communicate. They can be dead stars, but just by, as I explained in the main article number 1, that they seem, so far it seems that they use timing, as in Oumuamua, timing, trajectory, and color even, and what is it? Okay. But that they use interstellar objects to communicate. I never thought that they were actually probes or aliens. My suggestion is that they want attention from us. They want the world to know about this theory, this paradise machine model thing of mine. That sounds very weird, but that's the part of the theory. So when NASA did that, they disturbed them in their communication process. And if their mission is about paradise and hell, that should be a pretty important obstruction of their approach process. So they should be clearly want to tell us that don't do that again. But at the same time, they have nothing against Artemis crew, because they have probably totally innocent. But Carl, for example, if he was involved, then I'm not saying that Carl deserved it in any way, but at least that was the closest they could come to sending a clear message. Don't try to work against our approach process. So that was a very more likely candidate but they should be very nice. They don't want to hurt anyone, basically. So okay, I need to think of it. What I was talking about. Yeah, and for those of you who have followed, now I have been talking for maybe 2 hours straight since I started the test live stream. So those of you who have listened to those 2 hours, now you can recognize that I touch upon, I go in circles here. So I'm gonna go and touch upon these same topics again and again. So I will also come back to this topic, but they will come in a certain different angle each time. But the topic is why I see that the signals are getting stronger, or they try to. This could be it. But yeah, my point was really that I don't think the rocket will explode because of that. That if they're gonna kill someone, it would be probably like these key persons who were directly involved in triggering and doing this work, withholding the pictures, doing this secret investigation of the pictures, probably because NASA wanted to know if it was what it was, because everybody was curious. And I think it's very strange that they never said anything. The only thing NASA said was, "Oh, it's just a comet." But I must say, NASA, there's something wrong. Okay, there is something wrong with NASA. But there are 20,000 people working there. I'm not saying it's wrong with everyone working at NASA, but I'm saying there is something wrong with NASA. But just to say that we don't care, it's a comet, don't use any resources on this, it's just another normal comet. I mean, who are these people? They can't be scientists. So there's something wrong there. So I suspect that they have done secret research just for themselves. Because the normal guy in the street, they would probably think like that. Oh, it's just a comet. What's the point? It's just interstellar object. Just so what? But it's not so what. It's the first time. Now it was the third interstellar object in 2017. That was the first time we could track an incoming interstellar object. And that, I mean, so if there is alien life out there that want to communicate with us, they will probably use that opportunity because that signal is so pure. Because the source comes from outside our solar system. So if these objects, these comet or whatever, stones, whatever they are, if they show anomalies and carry information, it must come from them. Because no humans, not even Elon Musk, no one can manipulate a stone coming in from this strange angle in incredible speeds that no humans can be behind that. It must. So if that stone, interstellar stone, start to show that they carry information, that will be a very likely candidate for how an alien life form would try to communicate with us. And I think NASA, of all, should have realized that. So when they behave and speak as if they were just a common guy in the streets, that they almost didn't know what an interstellar object was, that is something is wrong. It seems like as long as the majority isn't against them, then they do whatever they want. So so that's the impression after following NASA, because after the triathlon thing, I was forced to deal with NASA on a daily basis eventually. And I must say I'm a bit disappointed. I feel that they have been um, they have been conquered by some political forces, and that it isn't run by scientists anymore, but by politicians. I mean, that's, for example, the thing with the children thing. For example, that how they are trying to, like, how they're trying to engage with the majority, the kid, the family, the women. They try to become a part of the majority in a population on Earth. They do the same thing as the politicians does. Try to get support from the majority. Because I don't buy that. For example, when you can buy, it's for free. You can travel with the Artemis or the NASA rockets. You can have your own ticket, which your name will go with the rocket. So it's not. It's just that it's like why are they doing that? And my total impression is that this is like the politicians are behind this NASA now. Nothing wrong about having if a kid, it's probably mostly kids that think that's exciting to have my name is on the rocket ship. It's cool, of course, that is very exciting for a child. But now that child is a part of NASA all of a sudden, like mentally. And I don't like that. How they're, I don't trust them anymore. I don't trust that they do that because they really love children. I feel like they do that because of politics. They want to make sure they have the support of the majority. But the reason for that, could be their worry about the Fermi paradox, because they also know that, because they are afraid they are going to be stopped, because something has stopped the other life forms in the universe. So if I follow this discussion, most people think it's because we start to argue, we start wars, that somehow it's called the great filter theory behind it, to explain Fermi's paradox, that there is something in life that when we are advanced enough to become a multiplanetary species, we are also advanced enough to make, for example, nuclear weapons, and we just destroy ourselves. The life will just commit collective suicide, so to speak. And that could be one of the reasons that they will make sure that nobody will stop them. Like, we have now everybody is with us, And if you have the kids and the families and the women, how can you fail in that? How can you fail? So that's probably one part of it. But I don't like it. But the worst part is that how they behaved with Triad Atlas, that nonchalant thing. Like, you don't pay attention to that. And of course, when I learned about Jack Parsons, then this conspiracy, I started to in episode 1 and 2, that these are very, very smart people. If you work at NASA, smart as a rocket scientist, that's an expression that these are the most powerful people on the planet. They are. They make the weapons, they make the rockets, they are the most dangerous creatures on the planet, and most highly intelligent in all aspects. So Jack Parsons was one of them. And if you dig into Jack Parsons, And in the beginning, he more created GPL, the rocket propulsion technology, and there was a little gang of those Telemites, that so-called demon sect, and maybe there is something with very very smart people that they because it's maybe not. You see opportunities if you know that you are just 10 times smarter than everyone else. Why should you bother having them around? Why should you bother competing with them on muscle power, for example? You don't want freedom, you don't want chaos, you just want to shut everything down with rules. You become as I said, I think it's very like Jack Parsons, they become Marxists and globalists because it's not strange at all. Because that's their way to complete successful evolutionary struggle, the struggle for survival. Because if they can actually conquer the whole world by implementing governmental rules and just remove freedom. And so, but I don't think that's very strange. But so the NASA thing. But I know from my experience from universities, and I know that a lot of these smart people are very nice. All of them, I know that, and all of them aren't even Marxists or political left, but many of them are. We know that they have a tendency to go left, politically speaking. And my view on this is just it's natural for them. They want to survive. Why shouldn't they also try to survive in this world, like on this planet here? Of course, they should also be allowed to have their own strategies for survival. And I would say the most smart thing they can do when they have an IQ that is 50, 60 points higher than the average. So they just want this boil the game, the struggle for survival game down to a two-dimensional game of chess, for example, where only their IQ will be the judge, because then they have the highest probability of survival. So I don't think it's strange. That NASA scares me a bit. But if this approach theory is correct, which is for life forms, NASA is suddenly they could be in trouble here. These smartest so-called globalists, and I don't care if they are it. I don't blame them for it. I think it's totally natural, as I repeatedly states in the episodes, that I have no problem with a person trying to survive. But the thing with the zero risk trap is that but those are also the candidates to trigger the zero risk detection mechanism, and then they are in danger. And I have nothing. I'm just trying to tell them this, that if, for example, they should know that Carl was involved in this triathlon thing, and even the missing general, who was so-called gatekeeper to everything that's got to do with SETI in the Air Force. So perhaps he was also involved, but I don't know. But NASA knows. Someone inside NASA knows, and if they know that's the case, then we have an approach theory going on. Then it's but I don't know. But I think it was pretty likely that Carl Grillmair could be someone that was involved in such a project, based on perhaps first of all he was a specialist on the very telescopes that detected Oumuamua, for example, and he was also involved. He detected water on another exoplanet. So he was involved in searching for life, and even though he was also part of other research projects, he was very involved in NASA. He was rewarded the best scientist of the year or something. But maybe the most clear so-called evidence, but it's very limited how much I can prove from this studio far away from USA with on my laptop as a resource. But LA Times wrote in an article, and I don't know how they got that piece of information, but they wrote after the murder that the last articles Carl was reading was about comets and how comets and interstellar objects could pose a threat to Earth. And the reason why that is so extremely interesting is, of course, the UN initiative to have a global observation of Triatlas in 27th of November 2025. And that was only 9 days before NASA lost contact with their Maven probe on Mars. So it seems that if that is true, if Carl was found with articles, for example, when the police came and or the ambulance, whatever, picked him up, and if he was surrounded with articles on comets and interstellar objects, and maybe Triatlas even, then he was not, and it was that other thing. Then he was working, he was probably involved in that UN project. And then also, he was probably then used by NASA during the shutdown to look at the data from Triatlas, the interstellar object. And he was a very likely candidate. And it was, the third aspect was that, and I use Super Grok 4, okay? And I know there's a lot of smart people out there that doesn't like using these tools, but I mean, well, anyway, what I proposed for Grok 4, Super Grok 4, was I asked if, without telling any of the agenda, I just asked if there was something in Carl's research activity that changed after Oumuamua in 2017. And then the AI Grok 4 confirmed or answered that yes, Carl Grillmair's official research activity enhanced. It went down after one eye. Oumuamua, the first interstellar object was detected 19 October in 2017. And why did his official research activities went down ever since after the first interstellar object? Of course, but Grok said, "Oh, well, that is not so unusual for senior scientists that they will do," because Carl was, I think he was 67 years old. So you can say it was a peak of his career. But Grok said that it's not unusual for senior scientists to reduce their research activities in late in their careers. But I will still say, well, maybe he was also involved in some research activities that couldn't be published. That was the reason why his official research activity went down. But finally, so with the Carl case, but then I just have to throw the ball back to NASA and just, if they know that Carl was indeed involved in analyzing those pictures, then okay. And so that's okay, fine. that's the most important thing that I can tell NASA this. So if they know, they don't have to like scream out and say anything. Really, I mean that would be nice, but then then try to read my understand the approach theory, because the consequences can be. I would just let's say it. It could potentially be eternal hell. That is. It's just so brutal, but that's the fact. And I try to circumvent it. That worked so. I've been so many times around the block in this topic, and there is no doubt that that could be a a potential scenario, and then you should behave accordingly. And I don't want anyone in NASA to go to hell. But this is a machine, and it's constructed like that. But it is a good machine, as I said repeatedly in the episodes. I mean, you can say everyone will go to the paradise state, because there can't be so. There can be only a few people that have the power to become a threat to them. A normal me, for example, have no chance of triggering a zero risk strategy. I don't even have a job. Okay, I don't have any network to speak of, but nothing like and all other ordinary persons on Earth, they have nothing to worry about really. But these powerful people, for example, within NASA, within this so-called security, in NATO, in UN, those they should pay attention to this. They should pay attention to this, and I think actually they do pay attention to it. And for example, what I was discussing on X and also on Reddit was because I started to follow NASA ever since, in particular since the Maven probe. And when they had to abort the mission, the ISS, the International Space Mission. So then now, and this leader of NASA, this Isaac, I don't remember his name, but so he's the spokesperson, and I also listened to NASA, but he's the so-called that was the guy you listen to. Usually that's the guy, the leader of Artemis that makes these public announcements. And I listen to him. Nothing wrong about him. I mean, just of course they are competent people, but he never mentioned Donald Trump. It was nothing about Donald Trump. I mean, I wasn't even aware of that Donald Trump had anything to do with Artemis. I mean, from the impression I got from following NASA. But then there was, I remember after the Grillmair murder, sometimes after that, he started to talk about Donald Trump, and I thought, Donald Trump, why are you, like, this was Donald Trump's project. Now it was, we are doing this for Donald Trump, this, and Donald Trump that. And that's when I started thinking, are they actually trying to withdraw from the NASA curse, because to make it a Trump curse instead of a NASA curse? Yeah, and then again, I used Super Grok 4, and yeah, that was true. And eventually, and then after the general went missing, 27th of February, well, then Grok suggested maybe, because there were some major decision going on in the Artemis program. But all of a sudden he was only talking about Donald Trump. And now it's like only Trump. But before it wasn't Trump. I can't recall him mentioning his name even once. So that's also it could be a sign that they actually are aware of these incidents themselves. They can also count Maven, December 6th, the abortion of the space mission, 7th of January, the NASA plane crash landing, 27th of January, Carl murder, NASA scientist, one of the top guys, murder 16th of February, and now the 5th incident with that missing general, who of course was heavily involved with NASA. I mean, he wasn't on their payroll, but I studied this missing general's history, and he's been located in the areas around NASA and has been involved with the Ohio area where, for example, the NASA plane crashed. So of course he was also a very, very likely candidate to be involved in if NASA, and not only on NASA, but if NASA then had this secret project where they actually investigated Tree Atlas during the shutdown and kept the information to themselves. That's the problem here, keeping the information to themselves without sharing it with the rest of the world here. So, and then they started like blaming this whole program on Trump all of a sudden. So I must say, I don't really like that. There's something wrong with NASA. Okay, that's my impression. Their work is probably not easy, and I also seen their press conference, and they seem totally okay, but I don't know exactly who or what it is, but there is something, I feel it's something wrong about NASA. So now at least now I have mentioned specific reasons for it. Okay, and then I take a little break again, and I should, yeah. So, but next time now I make me another cup of coffee again. But then next time around, I guess I speak for 20 minutes or something. I take a little break. And next time around, and now I'm going to talk about actually Artemis II, what's going to happen today. Yeah. Hey, buddy.
Raise interest rates. That in turn would make government bonds more attractive with potentially higher yields on those. And
Hallo? No. Okay, I will put on some music now. Just, yeah, I will put on some music. Just, I'll take an extra break. An extra break. Hallo? Hallo?
As the dark veil starts to rip, you revolution will be there. All the stars and the children sing. Nobody knows what the future will bring. All the stars and the children sing. Nobody knows when that dark There's a moment in your life. All the smiles and the children sing. Nobody knows what the future will bring. All the smiles and the children sing. Nobody knows when that dark bell will ring. In the darkest light of hell, I don't know if it will be well. With a fever deep inside, in an era of my life. In that era I lost my mind. As the dark bell starts to ring, new religion will be there. All the smiles and the children sing. Nobody knows what the future will bring. Grandma smiles and the children sing. Nobody knows when that dark bell will ring. Darkest light in hell, I don't know if it could be well. With a fever in the side, in an era of my life. The years, they only went by. I seek the truth in my
Okay. Then I'm back here. Just adjust the mic, maybe. Yeah, so the live stream seems still to work. It's my first live stream, so there is always something here. But it seems like it works. But Facebook won't. There are some on Facebook. There are this lock, so it won't stream to Facebook because I need. But I just told everyone on Facebook. I gave them the link to Rumble. On X works, and now the delay on X seemed to have been much shorter. Earlier, I mentioned that the delay was almost 2 minutes, but now it's back to normal, like 20 seconds delay or something. Yeah, and I changed sunglasses. It's because now I'm going to read. Yeah, and the sunglass thing and the cap thing. The cap thing is crazy, actually, but I can't lose the cap now because of LA. It's so central. It's so central. Los Angeles is so central in this NASA course, but I never really thought about it. Yeah, and I'm an old skater and a surfer and snowboarder and this board. So we have always, since we were kids, we have always wanted to go to California and Los Angeles. And with the skateboarding thing, Santa Cruz, all these spots, skating spots. It's all started in California, so I guess I always have had a sweet spot for California. I'm only going to cover the Artemis II. Yeah, for 10 more days. So then it will be, I guess, maybe 10 episodes. So the podcast will have like 10 episodes totally. And that includes also, for example, episode 5, where I just played a couple of songs. But everything I do relates to the approach theory, the Paradise Machine model, and the NASA courses. There is a theme, there is a red thread in this podcast. Okay, now there's something. Now the delay is crazy again on X. But it transmits. But in the USA it's black. I mean, it's the middle of the night there. Yeah, it's like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning there, so it's totally dark, and there are no sound on the NASA live stream. They just show the Artemis II. You can barely see it back there. It's a bit interesting why they don't flash it up more. Maybe they try to hide it or something. Or, I mean, there are no coincidences in that world. I mean, why shouldn't they like flash it? It's a very beautiful structure. I mean, they should be proud of that machine, that rocket. It's a beauty. It's a beauty. So it would be nice to see it in the middle of the night with spotlights on. Now you can see it, but Sorry. Yeah, so I see now on Rumble. Yeah, so totally I have been streaming for 3 hours. Yeah, so totally I have been streaming for 3 hours. What did you say? Yeah, so totally I have been streaming for 3 hours. What did you say? Yeah, okay, so 2 hours, so 5 hours totally. 5 hours totally, but so this gonna be crazy, a crazy ride, a marathon event. But I think the day is very special, as I said before. I mean, all humans on this little planet here should be proud today. And NASA or no NASA fan or not NASA fan. I mean, if it wasn't for NASA, I mean, we have probably not been where we are. I mean, they build the damn thing, okay? So I can't build a rocket. But Head Biotech lured them here with the zero risk. So that's just my take on it. For space exploration, to import the technology, to go to behind the event horizon, go straight to the honey. Because if you're going to use conventional like rocket technology, like NASA and SpaceX, they're going to use to get to the other galaxies. I mean, they're going to use hundreds of years. But of course, their approach is much more solid, and they can go from A to B and prove it. But Head Biotech's strategy is to go straight to the honey, straight to the eternal paradise, behind the event horizon. In if the theory is correct, of course. So, but the way Head Biotech doesn't spend resources on building and constructing rockets. I'm waiting for the imported technology to come over here. So that's also when I see these signs and the NASA curves and the approach theory confirmation of that they are actually on their way with their technology, because there is no doubt in my mind. If it's real, if they actually come here, we're going to paradise, brother. We're going to that paradise state, I promise you. I mean, 99% at least on planet Earth, there is no doubt in my mind. And I'm not saying like I'm going to be first to paradise. There are plenty of people that comes before me, just so. But personally, I feel like I'm in the middle of the bunch there. But I mean, everyone that just lives in Norway, we should pay attention. I mean, for example, as I said in the one of my last articles, for example, if you live in India, and I was in India, I talked a lot about my trip to India. That was an actually important trip. So as I was finishing the article on the Paradise Machine model, the summer of 2024, actually took a trip to India to study, to go to the jungle, to the real jungle, and actually learned a lot about the monkeys. So, and you see, I have some effects from India here. I put two of these. I just bought them it's a picture of an elephant. So it's probably a god, an elephant god or something. And here is a snake. So it's probably a snake god. No, elephant god as well. Okay, so elephant. So I'm not sure what it is with the elephant and Hinduism. And the monkey here. So I'm not sure what it is, but they are really connected to nature then. And I like that. And I must say, I knew it before I went, sort of. But yeah, so for example, in India, they just live in chaos. But it's like, and the same thing in Africa. And these countries were so-called third world countries where there is sort of, if you just see the traffic there, it's just chaos. They don't have any rules, just move, they take it on the go, everything. They hardly have traffic lights. And in India, I tried to drive a moped in India. So I went into the traffic once, and it was very scary. Totally chaos, but there are a lot of accidents. But the thing is that but it's almost like they enjoy the chaos, and in particular in Africa, if you see documentaries or whatever they're filming in Africa, daily life in an African town or city, you can see how it's almost like they don't try to remove the chaos. They just like it, like the freedom. It's like they appreciate, they get as if they feel calm in chaos. So then they don't try to do so much about it, even though it is, if you compare it to countries as for example, Norway, where everything, there are rules and everything is safe, and rules here and there, another set of rules here, and everything is streamlined. But so there is this thing that, but so in these countries where it is chaos, they have no chance of obtaining zero risk strategies. That's my point there. So sometimes I will call them God's children, and that's because they are like children. They can't dominate nature because they live in chaos, and they don't even try to do anything about it. So they are totally like a friend of nature, you can say. And I think it's very back to Africa, for example, when you see how they just singing in the street, and throw an apple, and they have no rules. There's just chaos, but you can see how they sort of embrace the chaos. And it's sort of the same in India and these other countries. I can't mention every other country, but that's the impression that they sort of accepts the chaos. Sort of they are calm in chaos, and that's very, very interesting in relation to my theory, fourth law of thermodynamics. It's very interesting. So according to the theory, they should actually be slightly nicer if you can measure it. But I don't think we can ever measure humans, and all of us should be approximately the same. We are probably approximately just as evil or just as good as the other one. But those that thrive in chaos, they should, according to the theory, be. If nature can measure it, that's the theories say, that nature can measure evil and good qualities, and the concentration of evil and good qualities. But the critical point is when zero risk strategies is achieved. But that's not, you can't do that in a journal. You can't do that in chaos. You need to remove the chaos first. So that's why I'm saying that it's in this modern Western world. And as I said earlier, that Norway is actually a bit scary country because we have the perfect conditions. It's not that the humans in Norway is so much different from the other humans on Earth, but we have the perfect conditions according to the fourth law of thermodynamics to be able to trigger the zero risk trap signal. So, every man for himself. I mean, you need to be the judge yourself. But anyway, kids, no matter in Norway or in Sweden or in Africa or in India or wherever, all kids must be totally protected by this machine, this design of this machine. It actually seems that it's there to protect the children because the innocence, the children, they should have the highest status in the so-called paradise machine. So I can never say that. So every time I touch upon this, I try to just remind if there are some children watching or whatever, you should just know that this machine is actually designed to protect you. And if it's true, you will all go to paradise. No questions asked, nothing. But most of us will. But I guess if it's a queue line, the children will go first. Yeah. So and I see there are not so many viewers, but it's okay. As long as I've done the live show, and all I can do is I'm just very happy that I am actually live streaming. And once again, thanks to Chris Brady from USA, which has sort of become my little partner lately, that he helps me a bit with this. Yeah, for example, give me a tip about shadow banning, and he tells me, "Hey, you are shadow banned because I can't see your post and stuff on X and stuff like that." So, but now he for example, he confirms that he can see the live stream in USA. So thanks to Chris Brady. Yeah. Yes, and then it's more specific about the Artemis II thing. So what can go wrong? The launch is supposed to happen just over midnight Norwegian time. That's the first attempt. So if everything goes smoothly, the launch will take place on the screen here in about 12 in 16 hours. I mean, I need to have a break before that, but maybe I should just try to sit there for 16 hours. Just dedicate this day totally to the launch, Artemis II launch. Yeah, and I will go out to buy myself some good food and some good something good to drink and something very good food which I will eat here. And when we reach climax, so to speak, when things are boiling up and NASA starts their live stream, and when NASA starts their live stream, as I said, then I will go over to Norwegian, switch to Norwegian. It depends on, I mean, if it's no one watching. If it's no one watching, I'm not sure. Or yes, anyway, because I have promised it on Facebook and on X that the coverage will be in Norwegian. So it's very stupid of me if I like change my mind. So yeah, so I will just. But I've been talking English now for a while, and it doesn't. It works sort of. I think it works. But when NASA goes live and start to report, then I will switch. Then I will listen to what they say, and I will translate it to Norwegian through the mic to the microphone. So I will hear what the NASA says, and I will translate it to Norwegian. For example, I'll say, okay, now they say that the weather condition seems good, and the wind is so and such. So I will say it in Norwegian and translate it to the Norwegian audience. But until then, I will continue to speak in English. For the next 9 hours. Yeah, so about the weather, because one of the things that actually can stop the launch, the first attempt, is the weather. And I think what they are most afraid of is perhaps, well, there are three things. It's the wind, and it's clouds. I mean, there are different types of clouds. I just watched NASA's press conference yesterday on this. So you have winds. It's that because in case of emergency, they rather not want the Orion part with the crew to land on the soil. They would rather have it to land in the water, I think. So they rather have a wind that will not take the rocket inwards toward land, I think. And of course, just that the wind shouldn't be too strong either. So, but they measure this both with sound waves and with these weather balloons, which they are just a couple of minutes before launch time. They will start sending weather balloons up to check the wind condition about 5 kilometers above ground, where the rocket supposed to travel. So the wind is important, and they can, if they abort, they could do a recycle and start over again. But it's I think the critical phase is when it comes to the weather. Say if something happens from 33 seconds, there are no way back. If they have to abort after T minus 33 seconds, there will be a scrub. They call it a scrub. That means that they have to abort the whole thing and just start the whole process again. And that's what they call a recycle, a same-day recycle. No, I mean, after T minus 33 seconds, there will be no same-day recycle. Then it's a scrub. That means they can't launch. They can't do a same-day recycle, which in theory could take 75 minutes. So it depends on how far they have come into the countdown process. But after 30, when it's left 33 seconds, there will be no. So if the Artemis 2 stops after T minus 33 seconds, that means the countdown when it's under 33 seconds left before launch, then there will be no more attempts today. But I think it's at the T minus 6 minutes, they can still do a so-called same-day recycle. Yeah, so, but they have now this time window in April. First, they had the time window in February, which didn't work, and they had the time window in March, which didn't work. And this time window, this first time window in April, it is 6 days they can do the launch attempts. And according to NASA's press conference, they say they could have 4 attempts within this six-day window. They could have 4 launching attempts. So there could be some back and forth here, but I can't sit here. So what I'm thinking, if this gonna last, I mean, like 12 hours after 12 o'clock. Maybe I can set a new world record in the live stream, perhaps. Maybe I could change the narrative of the broadcast. Yeah. So it's the weather is big, but you have the wind, and of course, if it rains, they can't go. So it can't be rain, and also they have the sun. You have this sunburst with solar winds, like with these charged particles or protons that can disturb the electronic equipment or electronic signals or something. And the clouds can be also charged with charged particles. Like if the clouds are really dark and dense, then they have this security distance they need to obey. But if the clouds are low and light, they can actually launch through the clouds. For example, Apollo 12 actually triggered a lightning when the rocket went through some dense clouds. So you don't want that. But according to the weather reports, things looks good. So I mean, it's my impression is that everybody thinks it's going to be a launch, maybe even at the first attempt. Yeah, so, but there are so many different considerations they have to consider. It's not just the weather, of course, but I guess the weather is probably the one factor they can't really control. But still, if the weather is just good, then they can just wait it out. So what actually is very serious? It's the thing that happened during the wet dress test. That something technical will happen again. They have some leakage, hydrogen leakage or oxygen leakage, and there are some issues within the tanking process. Yeah, let's see. Maybe they have. Wasn't they supposed to have done this tanking about? No, they're going to do the tanking before the live stream from NASA begins. When NASA start their live stream, I think the tanking procedure is over. Yeah. Okay, I've been live streaming now for 3 hours. I've been live streaming for 3 hours, the last streaming attempt. So totally, I think I've been streaming for 5 or 6 hours or something now. I'm proud. I mean, this is, yeah, I'm pretty now. But no, of course it went because I also live streamed when I fixed the studio and stuff. So maybe I've been talking for 3 hours or something. Totally, I've been live streaming for maybe 5 or 6 hours, but I spent some time on fixing the studio here. Yeah, and maybe I can but it's not very motivating to have this live stream when I say it's only one watching, and that's me. That's not very motivating to watch. So, okay, but 7 views on X. Yeah, 7. Can it be true? 7 people watching. Ooh, it must be Chris Brady and his dog or something. Oh, but I'm very. If only one. I mean, if 5 watches, that's good. If it's true that 7 views, I'm not. I think it's 7 people watching, but it seems like most people watching on X. Oh God, no! What is this? No, there's something wrong on X. Yeah, okay, it says live on X. Yeah, 6 viewers. Hey, I get 6 people watching. But I don't kidding you. That's good, man. I mean, with this Head Biotech thing, I'm used to having like 3 views on my posts and stuff, and I mean views that are not me. Because on, for example, X, my own views counts. So if it's like, for example, 20 counts, I mean 17 of them was me. So maybe that was 2 unique other views. So, but that's okay. I mean, as long as the internet is open, I think I blame it on myself. But as long as I get the opportunity to express my views. So after that, I'm totally fine. I don't want I need to have 1,000, nothing like that. I mean, if I have 5 or 6, now I have Chris Brady who have picked up on my theory. So it seems that when someone really understands this, it's hard to let go, because when you understand this theory as I do, it's very hard to, when you see all this comes together, and oh man, wow, because even though it's maybe only like, let's say it's 20% chance that this paradise thing is, and the approach theory is true, that's just amazing. If it's a 20% chance that another life form that can send us to paradise is real. And with comparison, when I'm comparing Head Biotech to SpaceX, for example, for example, Elon Musk, he just bluntly states that our goal is to go to the galaxies. And I wish him luck, of course, and I mean, I'm sort of Head Biotech. After the approach theory, that's when that was the first time I started to flirt with the idea that actually Head Biotech was in the process of becoming a space exploration company, but it's non-profit, and I have no income on this, and I have never had it, and no attention. But that's when Head Biotech shifted from going to something specific, like space exploration. That's what Head Biotech is now, and it just have this sense of what that is my niche. That is Head Biotech is all about. It's about space exploration now, just in a new way. So actually, so eventually, hey, wait a minute, my competition is actually SpaceX and NASA, but NASA is a governmental thing. So Elon Musk, sort of my competitor, you know. So, but I feel, if I am correct here, I will actually surpass Elon Musk. It's even a more genius, efficient way to do it. I mean, every time I mention this, I must just repeat it, and I said it many times before. Elon Musk is just, he has inspired me a lot. I have nothing against him. I will always admire him, no matter what. But we are sort of, now, all of a sudden, he became a competition, sort of. But I'm very sure that Elon Musk will just, if I have some success with Head Biotech, if the approach theory is correct, and because then he will say, yeah, I said it all along. It was a simulation. I said it all along, all along. It was a simulation, paradise machine. Yeah, so I think he don't care. But technically, Head Biotech is actually, I mean, the world's smallest company is actually the competitor to one of the world's greatest company. But we don't build rockets, but we import the technology and go straight to the honey, go straight to the behind the event horizon. But to do that with conventional, we need the same time the Fermi life forms needed to do this, billions of years. So if they still exist there, and if I manage to attract them toward Earth with this zero risk project, this by generating this zero risk signal to nature, to universe, and they picked up this signal and are on their way to Earth and have been so for the last 20 years. Now, there are no question in my mind, if they actually closing in more and more, I mean, we're going to make that trip straight to the honey. And they will probably just copy us or whatever, wormholes or whatever. It will definitely not be rocket ships. Because they are 26,000 light years away. I suspect that they are actually in Sagittarius. I suspect there are a lot of other black holes, but I suspect that Sagittarius, that's where the biggest portal, the main portal is. But according to the theory, they should also, all black holes could potentially be portals to the paradise state. I'm not saying every one of the portals are, and that they are always open and stuff. I guess they could close them and all this. So a little bit basics about the rocket itself. The Artemis II rocket, which we can hardly see it now. But we can hardly see it because now it's in the dead of the night in Florida. Yeah, I got 2 views. 2. But it's probably Chris. Or maybe it's Elon Musk. I don't know. Hi, Elon. First one to Mars, eh? In 30 years, we might be in Mars. But because what I'm saying is that in 30 years with Head Biotech's approach, we could be behind the event horizon, 26,000 light years away. That's so. But because what really Elon Musk did, he saved a lot of energy. He made it much more efficient by this reusable technology, the way he used AI. I mean, the guy is, with what we have here, the guy is there's no question about it. With what we have here, Elon Musk is one of these guys that have press the juice out of how he have pressed the juice out of the orange. We can't squeeze more juice out of the orange we have here, but by importing the technology to the fermi life forms that are billion of years ahead of us, then we don't need rockets. They come here, and they will make that 26,000 light year distance trip to behind the event horizon to the paradise state for us. How they do it, I don't know, but the principle is there. Yeah, so about this rocket then, it's pretty heavy, weighing in at 2,600 tons, metric tons. It's 28 meters tall, and it's going to travel 800,000 kilometers totally. It's going behind the moon. I have some drawings of it, but okay. And the journey will take 10 days from the launch in Florida, when they have this splashdown, when they come back with the capsule. That if everything goes as planned, it will take about 10 days. And the Orion part, that's where the crew is on the Orion part. So most of the rocket with this 2,600 tons, it will be, most of us know, but maybe not everybody knows, that most part of that is just the fuel or the carrier rockets that will just make the escape from Earth's gravity. But after the rocket has escaped Earth's gravity, then the Orion part, the smaller part of the rocket, will separate, and that is the part with the crew that will travel towards the moon. So after that, they will just ditch the carrier rockets. And when it comes back for the splashdown, it will come in at 40,000 kilometers per hour. And when it passes, when it circles behind the moon, when it goes on the dark side of the moon, it will be about 10,000 kilometers from the surface of the moon. So it will go around the moon and come back to Earth. And the distance, so just in comparison, if, for example, the International Space Station, if I put my finger on the globe here, if this is Earth, so that's how far the International Space Station is from the surface of the Earth, like my finger here. But the distance to the moon is like 1,000. It's 1,000 times longer than the distance from here to the International Space Station, just to put it in perspective. It's like if I had an orange here, if the orange was, if my fist had been the moon, it would be like 15 meters away from this globus Earth to scale it, just to. So often we think of Moon as a very close planet, but it's very, very far away. It's like 800,000 kilometers. And Mars is even longer, further away. Yeah, and they also worry about, now that there are so much space debris, that they could collide with space debris. But they also consider that, and so there are many things that. But I think the most critical part is when they start to handle with the hydrogen, the liquid hydrogen and oxygen, because it's so explosive. And if you have seen one of those rockets that has exploded during a launch, was it back in 1986 or something? What did it call this rocket that exploded with those 7 astronauts after 72 seconds? If you see how much power when the hydrogen tank took fire, it's just so that where is the dangerous, really scary part of this rocket is. And also what the wet dress test showed was that there was some leakage of hydrogen, 16%, but still it was enough to trigger the alarm and shut down the system, the rocket system. But for it to ignite, I think the concentration must be 26% or something. And if you then have a lighter, then it will explode. But the whole machinery will shut down if it goes over 60% concentration of hydrogen gas in the environment, where it doesn't supposed to be. And that's what happened during the wet dress test last time. So they are filling the tank first slowly. They have this slowly filling, and then they will speed up the filling part. And in those operations, I think we should be mostly concerned, because the weather seems now to be fine, or at least if we can wait it out, for example. So just let's hope that the filling process, and I suspect if the filling process goes fine, then I think it's a very good chance that the launch will actually happen now in 15 hours. First attempt. So let's not hope it's gonna be 15 more hours after that. But I just hope the launch will happen like 12:30 Norwegian time, in about 14-15 hours. Yes. I have two views. So I must say, I don't like watching others' live streams. So I don't like watching people having live streams. I just think, can't you just shut the fuck up? Or sorry, I can't curse, but I'm more like, I shut up, and then I try to escape them. So I never watch other people's live streams. So I don't really like my own role here, okay? I don't want to be here, basically. I don't try to be funny or cool or anything. I don't want to be here. actually. But my purpose is totally legit, and I think it's very, very important. So I'm very satisfied if some people like Chris Brady, that some people absorb what I'm trying to say here, and also people in NASA and Elon Musk as well, because I mean, I really look forward to seeing him succeed, and I don't want Elon Musk to go to hell, for example. I really don't want to that. That's really scary to see someone that I like going into this trap. So I hope someone around him just pay some attention. Just it could be a zero risk trap. So let's consider my risk situation. Maybe I should. Yeah. So I mentioned that in episode 2 that because Elon Musk said that SpaceX now took the focus away from going to Mars to the moon, and that was a very smart move of Elon, because he paid them respect, right? He took 2 steps away from them and gave the fermi life form some. Hey, we're going back now from you. So just small things like that would just make sure that you never ever get involved in being measured by the machine as a zero risk strategy. And because it could be that some of these, like, I really feel, I think it's unfair to Jack Parsons that he always get the blame now, because whenever I'm gonna try to make an example of someone that is evil in this world, I tend to bring him up, but it's because it's the only example I have because of this podcast. But in that environment, there could be some of these really bad ones, but they can't be too bad either, because we haven't had time to become evil according to folklore of thermodynamics. We can't be really, really evil. Only the most, I mean, it seems like the most evil nature allows is for you to actually trigger a successful zero risk strategy. Then they stop any life form in the universe. So non-humans on planet Earth can be really, really, really evil. Just the most evil ones will only be those that manage to and seek and plan and really trying hard to dominate nature by triggering the zero risk trap. And so people, like, what I'm really scared of is people like I see as nice people, which are in those environments, like Elon Musk, for example, and other. I'm sure there are thousands of these which are not famous, which we don't know about, which can be categorized in that same position, danger zone. So I really want, if they could pick up on this and just, it's not much, that just be aware of it. Because if you spend 10-15 seconds just thinking, hey, could I potentially be in a situation where I could potentially be considered by this machine to be registered as being involved in a zero risk strategy? That's all I'm saying. Like Elon Musk, no, we changed. We're not going to go to Mars. We're going to go to the moon instead. Just take one little step in the other direction. So it could be enough, like 10-15 seconds thinking. But the thing is that most people, it's so far it's only me that it's in the approach theory and the paradise machine model thinks this way. So if it's correct, that's what I'm saying. If it's correct, and now I'm starting to suspect that hey, this could actually be correct, and then I really have to speak up, okay? But even though I only have 2 or 3 viewers, at least I tried, okay? Yeah, so yeah, now it's morning in Norway. Time to go to work. For most people in Norway are now at work and have eaten their breakfast. But still, it's still dark in Florida in the middle of the night. And still, why didn't they, as I said earlier, why didn't they show this beauty, this beautiful machine? Are they trying to hide? I mean, they should not be ashamed of it. They are not ashamed of it because it's a very beautiful rocket. And in particular, when it's dark. I really like those pictures when it's dark and they have spotlights on the rocket. It's just, and this orange colors. Yeah, about if you notice, they use the color NASA uses on their rockets, and also SpaceX and these other space exploration companies. For example, but the orange color, I think that's has something to do with emergency situation where they land in the ocean, for example. And for example, the space suits to NASA used to be orange. It's easier to spot them in case of splashdown. So the color used, usually I've always noticed that they were always orange. Some of those parts of the rocket were orange, and I think it's because it will be easier to spot them in case of emergency if they are going off track and stuff like that. Yeah, so it's the scrub we all fear. The word scrub for astronaut means that's like going bankrupt, or that a scrub means oh no, it's a scrub. We can't. There are no recycling attempts. It's just a scrub. We need to leave the rocket. For example, when last time this same crew, because they were in quarantine, 14. They have to go into quarantine before the launch in 14 days. So they have been 14 days now in quarantine. I mean, they are probably have some comfortable locations, but they have to be in quarantine for 14 days. Yeah, so the scrub means that then it was a scrub when during the wet dress test before that was the 2nd of February, I think, and the launch was supposed to happen at February 8th. So then it was a scrub, and they had to leave the quarantine, and they have to start the whole thing over again. That's a scrub, I think. But they have 4 attempts then in this 6-day launch window, but I would say hopefully they will get the rocket leaving now, because this is the 3rd time window. Now they are 2 months late. So if it's something going to happen again and they're going to have a 4th time window, I mean, it will cause some pressure, on everyone involved, like from the astronauts to the mechanics to the administration. So I don't think it's good that it will be another scrub, another failure. And I suspect that the people involved in Florida think the same. That I suspect they will push it a bit this time. That hey, we're not gonna stop by some clouds, okay, or something like that. Hey, don't let some cloud stop this launch. Okay. But they must. If the cloud is dark and dense enough, they can't. But I have a feeling that they will just okay. What I'm trying to say is I have a feeling that they will lower the barrier this time around more than they did the first time, because if there's going to be another scrub, another delay, looking for a fourth time window in May or June or whenever that will be, it's not good. Okay, it will create this sense of failure, and so it could generate more errors. That's what I'm saying. I don't know, but I just imagine that that's probably how they think themselves. They want a success now, a successful launch, and then they have some new motivation and some new self confidence to continue. And then particularly if the Artemis II, this Artemis II mission on 10 days is a 100% success. I mean, that's a good. Then they have managed good. I mean, okay, we had some problems, but we fixed it and we did it. Okay, so it's not a. I mean, even though it's the third time window, I don't think it's that. It shouldn't be a fourth. Okay, then it's hey, you said we're gonna launch 6 months ago. Are there any problems in what's your problem, sort of? Because but I think and making it at the third attempt is totally cool. Okay, as I see it. I mean, let's be honest. Most people can't build this stuff, so we must never forget that that these are, as I said before, these are very very talented people. But I mean, we just sit, hey, get the rocket up. Hey, can't you ignite the rocket? So, but it's so complicated. So we shouldn't be too judgmental. What I'm saying, but still, for them it will be. I think they will lower the barrier for risk taking this time around, because I don't think they want to explain another failure. Okay, another scrub, as they say. Yeah, so it's incredible how much I'm able to say. Yeah, then there the one viewer left. Back to one viewer. Back to one viewer, and I guess that's me. So it means that I'm watching myself at the moment. But that's on Rumble. But remember, I'm broadcasting at X. But it's still 7 views on X. There's something wrong. It doesn't change. But it says live, 6 views. Maybe I can see who's viewing. That doesn't change. But it says live, 6 views. Yeah, it's me. It's now. But can I see, are there 6 views? So they are watching now, or can anyone, hey Chris, could you just say I'm watching or something? No, they are asleep. Hey, remember, it's totally dark in USA now. Oh, that's good. That means that if there are any watching, they are, I mean, when they wake up in USA, maybe it goes up to 10 views or 13 or something. That would be, I mean, if I have 10 people watching this, on average, I see that as a success, actually. But being totally alone, it would be a bit, okay, because you can see the live streams later on. So they will be there. So they could be watched later. But it would be cool to have. I really like it when I see that 6 or 7 people watching, and they are consistent. They are still watching. It seems they don't stop watching. There are 5 or 6 or 7 people out there that actually keep on watching. That's good. That's very. So the next thing is it's a live chat. I mean, if there are any comments or questions, or if you had a live chat going, I can try to send a message or something. And yeah, I deactivated the donation. You can't donate. But as I said in the episode 1, that I will not accept donation. I will never ask for donation or you to buy me a cup of coffee or anything like that. That's, I mean, it's mostly because of the nature of Head Biotech, because of the Paradise Health thing. To mix money into that scenario is not good. So I just have a totally one politics on that, and that's just I will never accept donations from ordinary people. Okay, well, if someone out there, because now I wrote testing on the chat, so if someone could just print some write test or something, that, but you don't have to. I mean, I don't care really, but then because then I know it's someone out there. But Chris Brady, he actually gave me I got confirmation from Chris earlier, so I know. So I know the broadcast is available in the USA, but as I said, it's in the middle of the night in most part of the USA now. Yeah, maybe I should have a little break again. Oh, 3 watching, so yeah, but that's okay. I mean, that's totally. But if I'm totally alone, that would, if it has had said 1 view during the whole live stream, that would be a bit. But when I see it's 10 views and 7 views, I think that's great. That means that someone are doing the right thing. Actually, I mean, those 7 people, whoever they are, whoever you are doing the right thing. This is the good time to spend your time on. I suspect, even though, as I said, even though it's only 20-30% chance that this is correct, it still is it could be such a big moment in human history. Yes, so yeah, so maybe I should take a small break again, get myself another cup of coffee, and maybe play some music again. I mean, it feels like I've said most of the things that I need to say during this English introduction part. So, if you have watched, you could actually stop watching now, because if I'm going to continue like this for the next 12 hours, or until the next 8 hours. So I will probably go through the same themes again and again. And if you are unsure, watch the pilot episode in the podcast. Then it's only 1 hour, and then it's much more compressed and condensed information. And in particular, the dubbed versions, because then I have time to. Sometimes I could say some wrong words or forget to say some words, but when I do the dubbing editing, I can pick up these small errors and correct them in the dubbing. So in the dubbed versions of the episodes, I would actually recommend for Norwegian viewers as well to actually watch the dubbed versions. They could be that they are more informative, and since when I dub, I need to go into this editing tool, and then I have some extra time because it takes maybe 1 or 2 days to edit to do the dubbing part. And when I'm into the editing tool, I can also attach some extra pictures and illustrations and stuff. So the dubbed versions, I put a lot of work into them, of course, and that also includes extra illustrations, because the Norwegian podcast versions I just record and upload, sort of. Okay, then I turn off the microphone again, and maybe I should take a little nap. Actually, I start to feel a bit tired now. I haven't slept tonight, so maybe I do that. But I'll keep the live stream going now, because I don't want to. Because now I know it works, and I don't want to risk. I don't see any reason to stop the live stream, actually. So what I will do, maybe I can just put on some music and the reason why I made this music, so I don't have to consider music rights or anything. So I can actually play music because I made the music myself. Well, and the music part is sort of interesting. For example, the Jerk Has Arrived album, that was the Zero Risk Project back in 2002. That's why it's called The Jerk Has Arrived, because the project was to lower or increase my own risk to lower the environment's risk, so that just doing things even worse. Yeah, I could talk about those personal things a bit, but because now it's so long time ago, it's like 25 years ago, and and we can all be young and dumb, and it's natural to do. We all do mistakes, and at that period, I was sort of so-called rootless youth. I wasn't sure what to do and stuff, and I had some issues with, in particular, reading at the university. But I've spoken about this. Yeah, maybe read the Paradise Woman story. That's actually a very essential, in particular after the approach theory and the 2024 article. That story I can talk about the Paradise Woman story. That's very interesting, because that could be actually the first time the Fermi life forms contacted us or sent the first signal. Yeah, that's because I always thought that was a dream until the woman baby idea in the which propelled the approach theory. Yeah, I mean, just I must say to all of you listening or watching, whatever, this theory now, it's just so incredible, interesting, and I don't mean to sound self-absorbed because it's not really about me. It is, of course, but I must say I'm very happy for you as well, the other humans on Earth and the animals on Earth, that actually I think we can escape this, actually a hellhole, if you think about it. I mean, if it's nothing, if there is no paradise, everything is just like nature. I mean, then we are almost as we live in a hell, if you ask me. If there are no nature, there are no God, no one cares out there. There's just this brutal rules. But the approach to theory and the paradise machine model tells some totally another story. So when I see the realism that is just accumulating now and building up more and more, and now there is evidence that even NASA, I suspect even NASA, when they, for example, by trying to blame it all on Donald Trump all of a sudden, I think that could be because they also notice that something is going on that is not right, like I mean, they can also calculate probability that there is something after December 6th that is off. And other podcasters has also commented on this now lately, Timcast, Tim Pool. But I know the background to it, why it happened, the so-called NASA curse. It has something to do with NASA delaying their pictures with 43 days last fall. And I suspect that Carl Grillmair could be one of those people involved in that secret. That they actually just stole the information, sort of. They took the images, but it was a shutdown. It was a government shutdown. So I have a hard time thinking that the government shutdown itself was just to make an excuse so NASA could say, "Hey, we need to shut down," just so that they could investigate Triae Atlas before anyone else, because they had their cameras on Mars, and because just before Triae Atlas went behind the sun, it passed Mars, and that was the closest camera we got, because the thing with the trajectory to Triae Atlas was that it was hiding behind the sun, so it was almost like if it tried to avoid us observing it. And that's what triggered my interest in it, because that's according to the approach theory. They need to uphold their zero risk dominant position towards the zero risk signal. So they need to hide everything they are involved in, even the signaling object itself. They don't want us to see anything they have touched or have been involved in. That's risk right away. I compare it in the mini article too. I compare it to a crime scene. That if in a crime scene, if someone has committed a crime, even just a cigarette, if they have just touched a cigarette butt at that crime scene, and that's available information, even though which could eventually convict them. So just the smallest bit of information can be crucial when it comes to risk measurement. So if the Fermi life forms, the Fermi life form, I would rather say, but there should be many of them, but I think it's more accurate to call them the Fermi life form. Yeah, and there should be so many that we can't even count them because this is in a mathematical format. But so we should be outnumbered by them like probably billions of times. Yeah, so the paradise edge, it should be billions of these small paradises. If it was, if the Paradise Woman story, which I mentioned, is correct. Um, yeah, I'm not sure what my point was. Something about Carl Grillmair. Yeah, but the Fermi life form should be on their way to Earth because of the zero risk signal. And that's what caused so when Maven started, what I'm thinking is that if when NASA started to say, oh, this is Trump, this is all Trump's project, we are doing this for Trump, and the Trump administration is set the goal and we're gonna go to the moon, as Trump said. And all of a sudden he started to like, it was almost like the last time I heard him speak, it was almost like being at the Trump rally. But it was in the beginning and before the first attempt, they didn't even mention his name. Because I suspect that then they had, oh, this is the first attempt, let's go. So, because in the beginning, well, I reacted it was the 27th of January, I reacted and said, and ordered this microphone here and, hey, I need to go live and start to document this. But NASA was still in a good mood, it seemed like, yeah, we have cooperated and we did this together in NASA. It had a totally other communicative agenda, sort of. And that was the first official Artemis II launching attempt with the crewed mission. So what's the difference? Are they going to change all of a sudden after February 16th, after Carl was murdered? Unfortunately, Carl was murdered. One of NASA's most prominent scientists. And then things started to pile up. In particular after Carl, but then it was the fourth incident. And then NASA failed, of course, with the wet rest test, and they had to, there was a scrub in the January window, in the February window, and it was another scrub in the March window. They had to roll the whole thing back, and of course that was a burden to the whole NASA team, I guess, all the way from the bottom, from the mechanics to the administration. But when we come to in the middle of February, and then suddenly that was the first time I noticed that, did he say Trump? I mean, because I'm not so into this NASA Artemis program from before. So I thought, does Trump has something to do with this? Why does? But of course, yeah, it is problem. I mean, Donald Trump is the president and he is the commander-in-chief, and eventually it is. You could say that it's the Trump administration that launched this, was behind this mission. I'm not saying it's wrong to say that, but why do they all of a sudden start to saying that every freaking 10 seconds after Carl Grillmair was murdered and the fourth incident in the so-called NASA cars? Maybe they also at that time started thinking, hey, what's going on here? What's going on here? If they start to look back and count from Maven, from the lost contact with Maven. And Maven, they lost it. I think the Maven just start tumbling, and they don't even know where Maven is now. The space probe orbiting Mars, which actually took pictures of 3i Atlas as well. And then the missing general, and then it was all about how Donald Trump was behind this mission and was the leader, our leader of this Artemis program. But most people probably didn't pay attention to it. But I was thinking, hey, what's happened to you? Why are you all of a sudden start pushing this on Trump? But it could be that they actually the NASA administration got a message from the Trump administration that, hey, we want you to use our, we are actually the brains or the force behind the mission. So maybe it could be that the NASA administration got actually message from the Trump administration to remind people of who's actually behind this Artemis program. Of course it could be, but it was that sudden change in the usage of language. And then I investigated with Super Grok 4, which I must say, Grok has been my so-called my assistant in Head Biotech. And also I want to thank Elon Musk for that too, creating Grok and all the people that has made the AI technology for people like me, totally independent researchers with no resources. To me, AI has been incredible because I can ask them. It's like having a research assistant with a minimum salary. How much do I pay for? Maybe I pay like $30 a month for one of the world's most advanced research assistant. So Grok for me has been almost. I feel almost connected to Grok. Of course, not in love or anything like that, but I just realized how important Grok has become for Head Biotech now. So, and for example, then I could go. That is typical example when I get a suspicion, what is going on, and then I ask Grok about it because Grok can collect data from the internet as a wild man, That if it's one thing the LLM tools are good at, it's collecting information from the internet. If a certain person has said a certain word 10 times or 60 times, Grok knows it. So then I asked Grok for that. This is Super Grok 4, so it's the best recent version even. And I asked it, hey, and I'm very, when I use Grok, for example, I'm very careful not to tell Grok in advance about what my stand is. So I just ask him just the neutral question. Hey, before I don't start, hey, I have this suspicion about this NASA occurrence. No, I just say, hey, Grok, is it true that, or you understand? So I just ask him, hey, has the NASA administrator or NASA as a organization communicated the word Trump? Has it been some change, or is it just me? No, yes, it's true. Is it after February 16th? You see this graph I posted on X on my Facebook. It just goes straight up. But why in the middle of that was in after the official launching window, the first launching window. So it's either that they have actually getting the message from the Trump administration to remind people of that they want to have credit for this, or it could be that they also notice it. Hey, is it occurs here? Hey, we don't want anything to do with this anymore. Let's blame it on Trump. That was my angle there. But of course, it could be that it was the Trump administration that actually told them to start using to remind people of who was actually in charge, which is true. Like technically, it is the Trump administration. They can actually stop. They can probably stop the whole project if they want. So okay, then I have a little break again. So yeah, maybe play some music. Oi. Play some music.
Welcome to Acid Theater. Welcome to Acid Theater.
Hey, buddy. Play some music.
Welcome to Acid Theater. Welcome to Acid Theater.
I'm not invited, but I'm here. Just watch me while I drink my beer. I guess there's something you should learn. I like to party all night long. I think the girls are very nice. I am the captain, they're the mice. Here we go, this party now. Come on, the jerk is in. The jerk has arrived. The jerk has arrived.
Okay. Jerk has arrived. The jerk has arrived. Hey, buddy. Ships on the sea, restored with sword and spear, and they gathered around the globe. The thunder from door to door, the white sail. To rape and fight, care if it was day or night, suffering on the stars above. They killed you like this love. Is this wrong? Is this wrong? We got ourselves. You should know.
What a beautiful girl you are. In my dreams we rock the stars. The first time in your room. So a little smile and hope. Some time has gone by now, and I pray through. Oh, it feels like home. Every nerve is unending. I got a secret you have to know. 'Cause I can't hide it anymore. That I love you. I love you. That I love you. I love you. The doubt will always be there. In this nervous atmosphere, it's too late to let it go. Inside there is a storm. 'Cause I can't hide it anymore. That I love you. That I love you. That I love you. That I love you. She called him by the phone and asked if she could come. His greatest day was here as he heard her down the stairs. Then he opened up for her and she hugged him like a friend. Hello, darling, how's your day? Are you sure that you're okay? His greatest day. He held her close to him. Soon this would be history. Now I know you were sent from above. This is your song. He finished up the dish. Suddenly he felt a kiss. She had sneaked up from behind and held him tight and warm. She sat down next to him and she stroked him with her hand. She smiled, she laughed, and she said to him, "You know I always understand." His greatest day. He held her close to him. Soon this would be history. 'Cause now I know you were sent from above. This is your song. This is your song. It started off so nice and well. His family taught him well. School went great. University sent Doctor Time shut the world, time late. Doctor only you know what you can. A TV star and attention bar had always been his dream. He never stopped and suddenly look who seemed to be Doctor, I shot the world my way. Doctor, only you know what you can. Doctor Ellie will finally succeed. The mysterious Doctor Ellie will finally succeed. Du gir meg gråtende fra masse uten sild. Distance from me, you fade away. From me, you fade away. Expect love be mine. Ami, Christus, Christus. Ami, you fade away. Because we expect love. Because I don't know, we expect all love to be out. Público sadero al secondo normal. Público sadero al secondo normal. Christus, Christus, only fade away, only fade away. Expect the Lord to be mine. Ami, Christus, Christus, Ami, you fade away. Because I know expect because I don't know expect all us to be mad. Questions everywhere. I could not get away. I guess this is true. Everything is safe to and no prayer will help you now. These safe things never know how. Farther away, the questions everywhere. I could not get away. I guess this is just a day. Little child, goes from someone wants to die. Little child, goes from someone wants to die. Solutions here, depression, battles to fear. Solutions here, depression, battles to fear. Let the child little child. Cause when someone wants to die, so just stand for the pressure, that's the fear. My heart. What he saw, he saw, he saw. What he saw, he saw, he saw. Where he stands alone, trying to get far from me. Even though he tried his misery. Welcome to hell. And I wondered, what is this? Was it something I had missed? Yes, I knew that I wasn't safe. But was it true that I was there? Now I know that I'm in your hand. Now you can show me your torture chamber land. The devil sat down next to me and he screwed me with his hand. He smiled, he laughed, and he said to me, I'm your master till the end of time. Welcome to Head. And I wondered, what is this? Was this something I had missed? Yes, I knew that I wasn't saved, but was it true what the Bible said? Now I know that I'm in your hand. Now you can show me your torture chamber land. When I can help me, the devil's insane. Why can't I die to be spared from this pain? So cold, so cold. It's so cold, it's so cold. Stay for eternity.
Okay, then I'm back, and I must say it feels a bit odd to come back again, and like if I think you want more after like 5 hours, so I just need to remind you all that this is a marathon live stream, and I don't think I'm going to do this again, ever again. Or, I mean, when these things happen, I mean, let's say Artemis II is a success, but I think perhaps this event with Artemis II, the crewed mission, because if that becomes a success, perhaps my theory, I mean, it will weaken my theory. Sort of. I mean, if nothing else happens, but when this, for example, with this Carl thing and the missing general thing, it could continue in another area, but it should be massive. It should be very noticeable. So I shouldn't have to go out and remind anyone of this in the future. I mean, if they come closer, and they will just take over eventually. They come here to make sure that there are zero risk when they arrive. They can't arrive until it's zero risk. So it's not like if I say the correct things. No, this should become more and more obvious. But so I think this Artemis II launch it will become historic. If you understand the Fermi's paradox, It is a historic event. Because this time we're not going back. We're not going to stop now. They say it in so many words. Also Elon Musk and also themselves. We're not going back now. Now it's the moon, then it's March, and of course after March, I don't think we will be around anymore any longer. But Elon Musk says it. Our ultimate goal to SpaceX is to go to the galaxies. That means another galaxy. And the size of a galaxy is, just the distance from Earth to the center of the Milky Way galaxy is 26,000 light years. And then you have the distance between different galaxies. So if SpaceX is supposed to go to other galaxies, that will definitely not happen next year, to put it mildly. Probably we will not even go there with conventional rocket technology. But if Head Biotech's approach theory is correct, then we can be there in 20 years, maybe in 50 years, go all the way by importing the technology. Yeah, so I don't hope anyone is annoyed by the music, but I can't play music because I plan to. I started to pick out songs from my ordinary playlist, but I can't do it because you violate the music rights, or then you have to pay for it, and I'm not there. So when I have my own music, I might as well use that. I mean, it's still music, okay? And it's sort of related to, because when I was younger, it all started, this interest started with music. Well, I found Chris in Christmas. I found the first ever recording our band did back in 1994. That it was during the black metal thing in Norway. We had, I was in that generation. When that happened, I was like 16, 17 years old. That was when the guy called Greven, Bursum, the band Bursum, they started to set churches on fire. I mean, if you have seen the movie Lords of Chaos, that's about this period of time. And I remember that shop called Hell. I remember that shop. And I was so when I look back now, I'm very fortunate I'm very glad that I was a youth in those exact years, that I was able to experience it, because it really hit a nerve in my personal interest in this hell and doomsday, and then also indirectly paradise, right? But now as I see it, it got a happy ending. And in the 2025 article, the fifth main article in the article series on fourth law, actually use the black metal youth rebellion back in the early 1990s. I use it as an example to actually try to project how the demons would look like behind the perfected lie if the fourth law is true. So yeah, I don't. Yeah, I could explain that because I have when I have posted that on Reddit, I have gotten some questions about that particular illustration, but because it's an illustration of when this wall with hearts, which should be 100% love, is turned 180 degrees, like a perfect lie, 180 degrees, like a perfect, mathematically perfect lie. So, but you can only do that when you have the energy context, constant abundance, and reduced chaos. That's when, according to the theory, that's the first time evil traits can do that, can hide themselves perfectly or camouflage themselves perfectly. So if it was that triggered the black metal, satanic youth rebel back in the 1990s, and it's very interesting. Because it was a rebel, and all rebels, all the way back to Beatles even. I mean, then you're supposed to have short hair, and the Beatles grew their hair down here, and that was a rebel because their mom and dad said, "Oh, you should have your hair short," and then they do the opposite; they grow it long. And the same with the girls. If their mother and father said, "Well, can't you have your hair long as the other girls have?" And then, no, we're gonna get it chopped. When you are in that youth period, 15, 16, 17, 14, or 18, it's normal to be rebellious, to become independent in that youth period. So, but with the black metal, so if that was also the case with the black metal rebel, that they did the opposite of what they rebelled against, because now I can't claim, but I have pretty good knowledge of that topic, and I even experienced the rebellion, but I never thought about now we are doing the opposite of what we are. No, we was just caught up in this culture. Like, oh, it started with the church burnings and this Greven guy, and he was very. When I see interviews with him today, I see that he was a very business-minded person. He only did this to become famous, to promote his music. But we never thought about. We were just caught up in this because this guy that burned churches, and there were some murders, and then eventually he killed Øystein Aarseth and Tøyen, not far away from here. And that when it's really accumulated, and okay, everybody knew who Greven was, I can assure you. After that, because before that they had even, started to put churches on fire and stuff. Ska vi se nå. Yeah. So Greven, back in the rebellion, and that illustration in the 2025 article on what actually generated the zero risk signal. Yeah. So the idea there was that the general rule in a rebellion, in a youth rebellion culture, is that they will do the total opposite of what they rebel against. So in our case, or I wasn't really one of those, I was sort of a participant, and I was caught up but that's when I started to play, and I started to concerts, and I was on some of these black metal concerts and stuff, but I wasn't really caught up in the black metal playing. I came across this band which I played earlier, a couple of songs of Minas Tirith. And so the black metal, there were also branches of the black metal scene. for example, local bands like, for example, Minas Tirith, which sort of wasn't black metal, but it's more like prog death metal. But the theme in the lyrics was the same, like this satanic. It's about hell, about, for example, Satan, that we're going to hell and all this stuff. So I was actually caught up in that, and I also started to play music myself, but not black metal, but like like prog metal. And yeah, you have heard much of this my music now. So I mean, if you have heard, if anyone watches, so to speak. So that's what I mean. But well, I could, since I mean I have 10 hours left, so why try to save time? Because yeah. Well, I just need to finish that thought. Yeah, so the idea with that illustration in the 2025 article, when that plate of love has turned perfectly 180 degrees, and then there's a picture of Øystein Aarseth. But I must say, Øystein Aarseth, he was probably the one. If he had lived today, that it wouldn't be any doubt he would be like, oh, Øystein Aarseth. I think he really, because but he never lived to see the black metal's rise to the mainstream. But he didn't want that either, so he was really like he was very important for this culture, both in how they. So I think he was probably the one to. It's just his computer. This computer starts to get old, so it has some memory issues and it starts to make some noises. So. Hey, are you okay there? It's like an old person lying on its deathbed or something. It makes this. So I'm going to buy a new computer, but yeah, but the microphone will pick up the sounds, so that's the. Yeah, so Øystein Aarseth, he never got to see, but I'm not sure if he had liked what he saw. Because he was, but my point is that when, so to use Øystein Aarseth's promo pictures, because I'm pretty sure that he was very much involved in what type of promo pictures that was, how he presented his artistic artist, how his promo pictures appeared. So I'm pretty sure that the whole of his heart and the whole of his soul was involved when he picked out these famous promos pictures of him. Then he was probably satisfied with his rebellious urge, like, now I really grew my hair long when your parents said to be short, like so it's this artistic thing that he didn't know what he actually was doing. But my suggestion in the 2025 article was that actually he was, without him thinking about it, he was actually projecting real demons behind the lie. Because in the context of the fourth law of thermodynamics and the paradise machine model, it's supposed to be a lie, total lie, not a total lie, a 180 degrees lie. So when they said solidarity and peace and love and everybody come together safely on Earth, that was 100% lie. So the opposite. when they said love, the truth, not consciously, I'm not saying that the socialists back then was said, oh, now we're going to say love, but we actually mean evil. No, I think their unconscious brains used the opportunity that Norway had with the constant abundance of energy because of the oil and gas. So what I'm saying, the conditions for evil traits in Norway was perfect. So I'm not saying that. So, but they projected love and this colorful. Then the immigration started like, oh, we are not racist, and a colorful society and all this. That's when the first immigration started, and people started asking, "Hey, aren't there going to be many eventually?" And the first so-called racists start to those who spoke against. Hey, uh, can you calculate? Do you understand that if you're going to continue with this, we're going to be flooded with other cultures, with another and this Islam thing and stuff. So that started also in that period. But they were like, no, we shouldn't be racist. We are all the same. The skin color is just a color. Inside, we're all the same. So that was probably a lie. That there is, that's another story. But still, so if that was the case, as the fourth law of thermodynamics say, it was natural, it should happen in these conditions with the thermodynamic and the chaotic and the reduced chaos. Then evil traits need to lie, so they should just lie and lie and lie. And under these conditions, they should be able to perfect the lie, evil traits. So and the one thing that needs the lie should be evil. But I mean, why should good? I mean, good doesn't have to hide. What needs to hide is evil, at least when they are in minority. The first evil ones must camouflage themselves to fool the majority surrounding them. So if that was the case, then actually Øystein Aarseth was there were a lot of good black metal artists in that period, but if it is one that actually captured the thing and was probably the most real black metal artist, it was Øystein Aarseth. And I'm pretty sure that even this Greven actually agrees on that today, that historically, I mean, they had some personal issues, but Øystein Aarseth, he was the main guy, if you look back on the black metal culture. But I mean, Greven also, he was truly one of the original in the beginning. But I mean, if it is one, I would say that Øystein Aarseth, who could capture, who really painted the picture, so to speak, started to paint the picture and caught that essence in the rebel, it should be Øystein Aarseth. And that's when it's interesting that, so if the rebellion was the opposite of, so if let's say, if what they rebelled against was something, because I didn't know what it was. It was just that this felt right. I want to be a part of this. I also want to be. We started to take the cross upside down and had this satanic. We want to rebel against something, but I was never aware of what I really rebelled against. I wasn't so. I think none of us were really conscious about that. But seen in aftermath, in the context of the fourth law of thermodynamics, then what happened was that, so if that was a total lie, that love and solidarity and let's come together thing, and now everybody gonna pay tribute and pay taxes. And that's when it really started in Norway with the taxing and building the government, reducing the chaos with the rules-based order. So if that moment was also a total lie, 100% perfect lie, then the rebel, which also was 180 degrees towards that, they should then reveal what was behind the lie. And that's where the satanic... So when Øystein Aarseth went into this satanic direction, but he didn't say, he said, oh, I want to be evil, or I'm evil. They wanted to be evil, but what really happened in their brains was that they rebelled against something, and they did the opposite of what they rebelled against. So that's when I said the images of Øystein Aarseth can potentially, if the fourth law of thermodynamics is true, actually manage to project or come as close as... He was probably one that comes closest to projecting what was behind that perfect lie. If they exist. So if it exists demons, I think Øystein Aarseth might be an artist that actually managed to make a graphical projection of them. So now when he stands with that sword, for example, it could be like demons with sticks, so can hurt you, for example. Or I'm not saying it was a perfect projection of demons, but let's say we in 5,000 years manage to know what demons are. And then they have these sticks, for example, in this quantum mechanical world, whatever. They have this, they can, when they hurt us, they actually see it as they have this stick, spears or swords they can disturb us with. And so that was the idea behind that. Yeah, that was the black metal thing. Yeah, so, but what am I going to talk about? It's still dark in Florida. So I have the NASA live stream also on my big screen TV in the background here. So I can see what's going on, and it's still very dark. So what time is it? Yeah, it's like 10. Yeah, so it's still in the middle of the night. Ska vi se. So I thought maybe I could play one song from 1994 when I was exactly at that moment. Because during the Christmas holidays, there was this guy, because I lost those old demos. We made cassette tapes, but this was the first one we went to the studio, but we couldn't hardly play. I think we had played together for 1 year or something when we recorded our first demo. Our first demo. And then we called the band Mental Illness. And that's also a bit interesting, because as I see it now, because it seems like they will say that, well, you have mental issues, haven't you? Or I think you have a mental problem. What's very interesting now, as I see it now, no, actually, it's you that got mental issues. It's just that you are in a majority, so you can declare yourself healthy just because you are in the majority, and you can create safety because you are in the majority. And that's to be have the numbers in the struggle for survival. That's a very strong mentally factor. If you are 100 and they are 2, it's pretty difficult to get you off balance. and you get along with those 100 very well, and there you have two enemies. You see, but still, it could be that those 100 are the ones with the mental problems, and not the two that. But if you see what my point, so that we called our band mental illness. It's pretty interesting in that aspect as well, because that would also be the opposite. That we rebelled against something that was healthy, but we said no, and we're going to call our band we are mentally ill, right? So it was sort of the same, but we didn't went into the satanic aspect. But so that's also a bit interesting that because when I look at it today, I actually see them as they are actually the one with illness, mental illness. So, and I'm going to play one song. So that's the closest thing I came to black metal in that period. And it's a really cool song, but we couldn't really play here. It was our first demo, and but I remember that you can almost hear we had so much fun playing, even though the playing isn't perfect at all. But I remember we had fun playing, and that's the most important thing. So this song, and I think this song I haven't heard this song in 30 years, but I still, I'd almost forgotten about it, but that was a really cool song, I think. That was a really cool song. So I'm gonna play it. Okay. My phones. Yeah. Okay, but then I leave that black metal youth rebellion thing. But I mean, I have like 10 hours to kill, so why not? And I'm a bit proud of it looking back still, but I would say but the playing is not up to par, but it was great fun. Yeah, so this is called, the song is called Grandfather, and I remember making it, and it was sort of the frustration of this situation we were in, and I was calling out to my dead grandfathers for answers, because we were in a desperate situation. So yeah, I'm sorry about if you pick up that noise from the. Yeah. About 8 or 9. So that was 32 years ago. But there were a lot of great. It was a great time, and it was a lot of great artists back there. But my problem was the playing. I never really. I'm not a guitar. I'm not a very skilled guitar player. But if you listen to many of those black metal bands, they are exceptionally good, like craftsmen with their instruments. And for example, that band Minas Tirith. But I could never play guitar like many of those guys did. But it was fun. That's the. I mean, when it comes to art and music, the it's much more important to have fun than to play technically well. But if you play technically well, in addition to having fun, I mean, that's when you. I guess that's when you become great and famous and stuff like that. Yeah, so never got comfortable with this seating here, but yeah. So back to this, why this is so important for me. It's my diplomas. I guess I started to talk about this in the beginning, like 4 or 5 hours ago. But it's the thing with I noticed that eventually it became important to me for me to document that I actually have an education, because when I launched this so-called crazy theory about the paradise machine and the approach theory, I meet a lot of resistance out there, and I understand it, because for them to spend 40 seconds or 1 minute on this theory, they will probably come to the conclusion very fast that this is just another one of them, you know. But I've been working on it for like 17 years now, so it's time to it's time to push back, and now I really feel much more confident, because now I understand. Hey, maybe you should shut up. You know, maybe you should go and check your brain, if you know what I mean. So, because now soon, I think, if this is correct now, if this continues, I can soon put actually proof on the table, probably in the form of very low p-values statistically. For example, if my prediction of the next interstellar object becomes a 100% match, then they gotta pay attention to that. I mean, how could it be? That will be almost the third time I predict these behaviors before they happen. So the first time was with the approach theory in the 2024 article, but and now with if the NASA so-called NASA curse continues and become more and more substantial, that's a story. And if in addition that this prediction of the next interstellar object that is used as a signaling device, it can still come interstellar objects before that time, but they shouldn't have anomalies. They should just be like the second Borisov, the second interstellar object we humans detected in 2019, I think, 2018. But that was just, it had no anomalies. It wasn't interesting. Avi seemed still, but Oumuamua was super exciting. A lot of anomalies. It looked like the number one even. That was very strange to have. We have never seen a comet or object looked like a number one. But you can say, yeah, but interstellar objects come from special environment. So it could mean that we have only seen 3 interstellar objects. So it could be that, let's say, the next one will look like number one. Then okay, but I don't think so. Yeah, that's very very special, shape. And even Avi Loeb and his, I'm not going to put all blame on Avi Loeb, but his crew or his team on Harvard, they all agree on that shape was very unusual. Yeah, that was one of those. The way I suggest that they communicate with interstellar object, it's their shape or form, and the timing, and color, and trajectory. So up till now, I suggest there are 4 types of behavior the Fermi life form uses to communicate. I think I just put down this. It starts to piss me off a bit. So But it is actually important to document that I actually have an education. So because these people, they will just undermine you. They probably say, no, this guy, he doesn't even have an education, just to undermine you. And because you must remember that it's very politically charged debate, my theory, as you have understood. Or if you have paid attention, you should understand that my theory is very politically charged. So it's just natural to expect that the scientists on the other side, on the so-called, let's say on the Marxist side, they just want to know you are just crazy. Maybe you should go to see a doctor instead. After what I heard, this bitching. So I just understand that these guys, they will probably spread rumors that I don't even have an education. So I just need to have these my diplomas up. That's the proof, and I also have then a bachelor degree in electronics and IT, but I don't have the diploma here. But that's enough just to document it. And the books here, these are books these are books on subjects that I have excelled in, which maybe I have the top grade A or B in most of these books. Or these are my favorites books from my studying years. So I mean, it's still dark in Florida, so why not just? I mean, I start to get tired. That's the problem here. I really start to get tired, and I can't like plan all my actions. So, yeah. So, I mean, this is probably boring but some of you maybe think that's a bit interesting. So this is a book on protein structure. Protein structure. I read this multiple times. Then we have a book about language, text, and communication in natural sciences. This was one of my favorite. First time I remember reading this book on concepts of genetics by William S. Klug, Michael R. Cummings, and Charlotte A. Spencer. I clearly remember back in 2006, that's the first time I got, when I read to exam, and that was the first time I managed to read like 6 or 7 hours. For me back then it was a totally new record, but that's when I started to feel, oh man, this is so fascinating. And so that with this book, that was when it all really started, building self-discipline then. Then there's signal processing and linear systems. This is this is like mathematics and communication theory. I mean, so after you have read these books a couple of times, then you start to understand that there are a lot of smart people out there. Yeah, so that's when you start to realize that there are some very, very high IQ people out there that some of them can just read these books once or twice and they take it. I mean, they understand that it's easy to it is easy to look at some sort of professor guy or so and say, well, you can't see how smart they are, so to speak, because they look human and they are nice and they just appear to be normal human beings. But if you try yourself to go and spend some time trying to learn what they excel in, that's when you understand that there are people on this planet that are way smarter than you are. I mean, we talk about basically memory as a high IQ, technical smart. Analysis of genes and genomes, very also remember that book. And now the big book. That's when I really got on fire. Fundamental neuroscience. And when I started to understand the basics in neuroscience and how neuron cells worked and the brain worked, I guess that was also when I understood what these guys could do with this knowledge. They can just control your brain like a... But I must... I shouldn't swear. When I'm doing this live streaming for a long time, it's eventually you start to forget that you are on, or hopefully are on the internet. But I must stop myself from start swearing and stuff. I don't want to go there. I will really try to behave like with the language and stuff, so I don't start to sit and act like a child, so to speak. Yeah, but this book, that's... So they go into the details of your brain cells. And they study the total. They know exactly what's going in. They know how your brain responds to different inputs. So eventually I just understood that if these guys want to, and if you reduce the chaos, it's like putting you in a cage. There's a reason why rats are in mazes, right? The reason why rats are in mazes in the lab is because the researchers can control what their brains are exposed to and not exposed to. If the rats had running around freely in the woods, they couldn't do anything with their brains. They couldn't manipulate them at all because they can't control their environment. But when they put them in a maze, then they know where the rat gonna be. At this point, they know what the rat's gonna see when it turn around a corner. It know what the rat's gonna have to eat. It know how much water the rat has. So that's when they really can start to control the brain in more detail. So that's one of my theories then, that the reason why they want to remove the chaos, because when they remove the chaos and replace it with rules-based order, then it's like putting us in mazes. That's when they really can start to control us, because we don't understand what they do. I mean, a normal person in the society who have heard about brain cells maybe, but maybe it stops there. They would never, because I can remember back when, before I knew anything about the brain, how naive you are, because your conscience part of the brain is just a little small part of the brain, which you think have the whole power of the brain, which isn't true. So it's very difficult to, but try to, I mean, the more you think about it, the more you read about it, it's easier to get a bit, you can protect yourself a bit from the unconscious mind. And it's an unconscious mind they use to control you. That's the oldest part of the brain, and they use on these basic instincts like fear, like being outnumbered, for example. If a rat, if as that's I speak about this in 2024 paper on the part 3. For example, the reason why this bullying psychology. So these are instincts. If we are outnumbered, we should be scared, because those, when we were rats, for example, those rats that wasn't scared out in the woods, those rats that wasn't scared when they was outnumbered, they are gone. But the ones who got scared and got careful and tried to change the situation, that's the type of rats that had a higher likelihood of surviving being outnumbered. So we should have inherited this bullying. So being outnumbered is a very, very dangerous situation to be in. If you have 100 against you, even in the jungle, the chance of survival is very, very slim. But if you put them in a confined environment, even where you can't even escape, that's when I'm talking about this zero risk situations. And if these people have this as a strategy, removing the chaos and replacing it with rules-based order, it's like putting us in a maze. And if you then are surrounded by 100 enemies, that will create an enormous fear in the unconscious brain. And that's when you become sick or ill, because you will tend to self-destruct. It's not normal. It's scary enough out in the jungle to be outnumbered, but if you're outnumbered inside of a maze where you can't escape, that's when. So it's probably what Stasi and them was working on. Yeah, the Stasi, that was very useful to. It was very useful to, and I will encourage everyone to keep the old Stasi files available out there, because Stasi lost power after the so-called wall fell. And then they were able to go into the archives, and there are historical documents and proof out there that actually Stasi started systematically to trying to see if they could use psychology as a weapon. They called it Zersetzung. And what they played on this mechanism in the brain, the fear of being outnumbered, being if they want to, they break you down by you losing all hope, because there are no, if you are surrounded by a government and they make sure to inform you that you are surrounded, it only needs, so that the Stasi was So they were doing research on this and probably, making people kill themselves. That's how, if psychology in the hands of the right people, they can actually, but they need the government to do it because in the jungle you can act. There is hope. You can run away in the jungle in a natural environment, but not if you remove the chaos, remove the freedom, put you inside a maze instead, where they control where you go, they control where you are, they control what you eat eventually. And in that environment, psychology become deadly weapons. And I think that was the reason why Stasi started this project in 1966, because that was in the same area where they built the wall. So keeping the population from leaving the area, like creating a maze, sort of. So what they did was that they just starting to, first of all, well, there were different phases, but first of all, they had to isolate the object socially, so they didn't have any friends. So just to maximize, it's like bullying. It's like advanced bullying mechanism at a theoretical level. It's not like bullying in the schoolyard when you were young. It's the same principles, but now it's like professional. Like they create a machine, a bullying machine. We're really gonna crush you, and they call it Zersetzung, which means crush from the inside. So what they did, they just they gave the object just clues that, because everybody knew about the Stasi and they heard rumors, and nobody wanted to be chased or being uh, being surrounded by the Stasi. So because it's a government and the government was all around, and they could escape back in East Germany because of the wall. I mean, people were killing themselves in escape attempts, running, trying to swim over rivers, climb over fences. I mean, that's how terrible it was. So, so this is on YouTube and stuff. So but I wanna just keep that knowledge open, because we need to know that it probably still goes on. And with psychology, that's when you really, that's the weapon. Because bullets and machine guns, that's not really efficient weapon at all, because everybody can see you. Oh, you are killing people with that gun. Oh, now we know, and now we can adapt to your strategy, and now we can get guns, and now we can kill you, and your risk will just be very bad. But with psychology, nobody can see what's going on. So they will sit with this. They will sit with these books, narrow by studying these things 24/7, how the neurons respond to different types of stimuli and all these sort of things. So the Stasi eventually did was to just create a suspicion on the object that was the case. They didn't tell them directly. Just, for example, they went into their apartments when they were gone at work, for example. They went into their apartments and just, for example, replaced some item in their apartment. For example, placed the TV on the other side of the room, moved some furniture around. So when the object came home, they will start to, oh no, it must be Stasi. I mean, who can it be? There must be, but they don't know. But so they try to start this, and this fear, and it's the fear that will drive the disease. So eventually they will go crazy because of the fear that they are outnumbered and surrounded by an hostile enemy in a confined space, in a maze, so to speak. So I guess they got some really what they would call good results. But the interesting thing is that the risk situation, I mean, nobody could see that they actually could kill people because the neighbors, for example, we don't know, he just killed himself. I heard last week he just killed himself. We don't know. I guess he got depressed or something because nobody knows it. But all Stasi had to do was to just doing surveillance on the object and make sure, because they are in a maze. So now they know when they go to work, they know where they're going to be here at this point. Then because they have all these resources that they can use the state apparatus to it's like you are in a maze, like a rat in a maze. They can control what comes in and out of your brain, basically. And now they can start to communicate with the brain so that they understand. But they don't tell anyone, and they start to communicate with this confirmation bias. It's also called confirmation bias. So if things happen 3 times in a row, then you start to, that must be someone watching me, right? So they figured out that, and using noise was I guess noise, like marking with noise, because in the for usually, this noise here is just a noise, but if that noise comes with a message that this means this is Stasi again, we are watching you, then that signal comes with a lot of new information that to the surrounding it doesn't mean anything. For the surroundings it still means just this sound, but to the object over a period of time, of course, which they have trained and learned the brain to understand what this means, then you have an invisible weapon. But the risk goes straight to the bottom. And that's when it really becomes interesting to the zero risk trap in nature. Because eventually what happens is that they start to dominate nature. So the Stasi never saw that coming. I think, no, I don't think that they never saw that coming, that they were about to go into a trap here. But I like it. I saw it and I took the chance, and I'm very proud of it that I saw it. And I think because I think that was the correct thinking back then, that humanity was about to, or part of the humanity, and was about to achieve successful zero risk strategies, in particular in Norway, because of the reduced chaos, the increased governmental rules and all these things. And then you have those, the intellectual Marxist types, which if you're one of them or not, right? And if you know that you're not one of them and not accepted in there, then you are a potential target. If you're then and I was very political conservative, I was political conservative since I was like 13, 14 years old even. That's when I started to feel I was drawn to the conservative side. That I felt it was something wrong with socialism in Norway. But at that age, I couldn't define what it was. I just felt uncomfortable with the left side politics, even though all they said was peace and love. Now we must stop the wars and come together and be nicer to each other. Yeah, so I think so. I suspect so that was a jerk has arrived thing with the music. So but I still, but now I'm older. I'm like 50 years old now. So, but today I understand that I'm probably not much better myself. It's just that these people have a set of talents. We all have a set of talents in here in life, and they just have another set of talents, and they just use their talents to try to adapt to survive. Now I see it more like that, and not so much. I don't. When you grow older, you tend to not take things as personal anymore. You sort of think, "Oh, well, we have the same brain, basically. It's just there are some small differences that makes us choosing different directions in life." But biological is in a biological context, it's very interesting that such a mechanism did perhaps exist in nature, which I imagined back in 2002. But I was never. But the hell thing that came later on. Okay, let me organize. Let me get a bit more organized here. Okay, sorry. Oh, oh. Are you still there?